Hello, hello. There we go. Hey, everyone. Hello, Rolkus. Hello, Zuna. Hey, Sith. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Uh, Pevins. Sorry, Pevins. Pevins? Rolkus. Why are you coming in here all with the hostility? Um... Remember, I was like, I thought that was your last name. Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, because of the, was it Instagram? Way back. Way back before I changed it. Now, is that right? Uh, 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 Peebins? Well, I remember a conversation. Rolkus, if it was longer than a week ago, I have probably forgotten it. And Zuna, come on. Why are you being like this? Okay. Okay. This one. There we go. Cool. How's dinner, Zuna? I haven't touched it yet. This song feels a touch loud, or is that me? It could also just be the song. Um, how'd that? How'd that? I dropped it 2 decibels. Two. Also, I don't know why this song's playing. I've never heard it in my life. So, mm, you're right. What eat? It is a um. I don't know how to describe it. Mexican meat in wrap with rice, pico de mayo, and corn. And I'm sure I have got all of that wrong, and Zuna will correct me. So, like a fajita. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Although Zuna isn't eating it in a fajita. There we go. Now, Zuna's eating it like nachos. Yeah. Nacho style. With some Avo. Well, the old Avo. Alright, we're just gonna jump in this game. No dilly dallying tonight. No dilly dallying. What's that yelling at me? Hey, Jantha, how you doing? What's it doing? The fuck is this song? I really gotta put a playlist together. I haven't done that. I just click play and I losing at cards. Well, that doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound good at all, Jennifer. What is this game? Crisol? We're doing some Crisol. Alright. We do this. And we pause whatever the fuck this music is. Zuna. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a bop. Don't know. I'm not gonna run over Chip, am I? Chip is just chilling out on the fucking couch for some reason. Game, are you coming up on stream or what? There we go. Groovy. Death support. Jantha. Enough of that. There we go. Let's continue from the 2 a.m. finish that we did on the weekend. So we're just about to start chapter 2, I believe. Yep. Yep. Hope you're well, Marty Face. Brolkus, thank you for wishing and hoping that. I am well. I'm a little tired, but at the end of the day, who isn't? You know? Who isn't? I hope you're well too, Rolky. Okay, we've done Mermaid. We need to go to the Ram district now.
Brother.
Ram.
Well done.
Come on then, lift it.
I am curious, actually, if we can go back to Ares. Because currently, I haven't searched everywhere in Chapter 1, or the Mermaid area. So I'm kind of hoping we can go back.
Mediodía, what do we know about the target?
How about we start saying please for once, huh? Anyway, Lorenzo Hierro is the heir to the Ram District, which makes him the richest guy in all of Tormentosa. His family made their fortune off Mount Tanaka. So if you ask me, I bet my neck he's hiding up there.
Another one of your hunches.
Got a problem with that? Next time, you can figure it out on your own. Adios.
What is her problem now?
Good. Alright. Onwards.
It really does look like a claw.
Does it?
Huh?
Does it?
Oi! You don't look like you're from round here, stranger. What the fuck do you want?
I will have to cross without being seen.
True. Okay. No, let me... Yeah, right. Alright. Thought I could just be real quick with it. Don't need to. Where am I going? This way? Down there, right?
Where do you think you're going? Hey, I'm talking to you. Who sent you? Answer me, or else my name is Lorenzo Hierro. I'll blow your brains out. I'm the last of the Hierro, the only one left. If it's my blood you seek, you'll have to earn it.
No. Holy shit. I haven't been able to go the other way. Oh. Just suck this dude. Oh, Jantha with the 7 stream streak. The 5 stream streak? Wow. You guys are amazing. Assume this way. Yeah, because my plate's over here. I'm not gonna bring the plate up. Or is that a thing?
I have found Hierro, but the
Could I do
coward
that?
is holed up in the mountain.
It's also messy.
Frontal approach is
That
out
last
of the
part,
question.
there's liquid everywhere.
I could use a little
Oozing.
help. please.
Spare me the pleasantries, Captain. I am at your service.
Oozy
All you
liquid.
have to do is ask.
You are not going to give up, are you? Fine. I will play along. Enlighten me, Prophet. What should I do?
Not far from where you stand, there is a hoist that leads down to the mines. With some luck, you could slip through the tunnels unnoticed and catch that fool from behind.
I hope you will be just as generous when your turn comes.
I'll be waiting with open arms. You have my word.
And my... Hello, Marty. I'm doing a lurk right now, but just wanted to say, Zinky Zoogle, Ziggy Booble, Beeble, Meep, or Burger Spinted. Fish lips. Yorp.
What do you mean you're not going down into the mine? Sir,
But thank you for lurking,
strange
Fishy.
things are happening
Appreciate
down
you.
there.
Hope you're doing well.
I'm in a
Photos printed? Fuck. I hate that you guys sent it. I think both of you sent it to me as well. Alright, I forgot this was a horror. Don't chase. Stop. Don't move. I think I need to...
I cannot carry more syringes.
I guess I'll use this one. And pick you up. Yonkies. Okay. We go this way. We do you. I meant to go all the way back then. I think. Oh, that door stays open. Cool. Part of me thought that the door closed. Yeah. Yeah, I've upgraded the damage on this gun as well. So I was kind of really hoping that it would take less shots to get them, but... seemed to be the case. The case at all. Got him. Is there anything back here? No, empty rooms. Of course they're empty. There's a automatically. Good.
What the fuck you do with my boots? I can't find them anywhere. Why would I want your stinky old boots?
I don't want your stinky old boots. He was... knife. Alright.
You've earned a little discount.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's right. Yep. I'm very aware. Reload speed? Don't mind if I diddly do.
Good. May fortune smile upon you.
Doesn't matter. I saw something glinting. No? Okay. Must have just been the map. Hoist the damn El Picadero. Okay.
Must be the hoist. But it is out of power.
Sure. Makes sense. Not that way. So I... Alright. Where does this go? Oh, great. Okay. Sure. Easy. So I think... Am I meant to do these in order? A, B, C, D... Or... Can I just... I don't have... there's no power goes in these switches, safety zone sealed, no one goes out, no one gets in at least. Okay, sure.
I have overloaded it.
Alright, well I need... I don't think I've got the... No. Am I meant to just look for it?
Still
You
at
got
it?
something?
Hector, you really
Oh,
ought
you
to
might
take a
actually
break.
have... Hey, okay.
Do you remember what my father always used to
That.
say? The foundations of the Euro family were forged in the heart of this mountain.
And keeping this machine running is the best way to honor that legacy. Of course
They
I
gave me
remember.
the,
But you're not
the same... Oh, Kicked Keith, thank you for following. Why, why did that not come up on my... Maybe it did? I don't know. Don't know. Alright, that's alright. Alright, we'll go this one. Can I not? Gotta do this separately. Right. A goes in. You back here. Do this.
Gate A unlocked.
Onwards to A. I hear a crow.
What are you doing, you idiot? If you turn the power back on, you'll get us all killed. But of course, you don't care, do you? Just
Not.
another fanatic ready to die for his god without a second thought.
Yep.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm not. So why don't you do us all a favor and drop dead already?
Why did I just look at the pretty color? Why did I
bag is
just
full.
look at it? We're full. So when it's like that, we... When it lights up, we get out of there. Because a pretty color, duh. Yes, my mistake. Sorry.
Something must be blocking it.
Of course. That makes sense. Is this area blue? Yeah, it is. Alright. Listen. Yeah. That would have been hot on the hand, surely.
The fire is blocking the path. I need to put
Right, okay, yep.
it out. There is no pressure.
Nice. Get shit on, kid. Oh. No? Where does one go? Yes, that's where I'm meant to go. Yeah, look, you know, I can't do that though. I need... Yeah, well, can I get by? Yeah, that's
I must
not gonna
redirect
do
the
anything.
water.
I need... something. Is there anything here? Okay. Right.
You've got to be kidding me, Malcolm.
It will not open from
I
this side.
asked for dynamite, not this pile of junk.
Don't be
Dynamite.
so quick to judge me, Mr. Euro. These little toys pack more punch than you think. It's true they're a bit...
This way? No, not cool. Not cool. Yep. Damn. Yeah, that's fine. You good? Oh, okay. If I do that and then I syringe. Still not quite full health, but that's okay. Because I'm in this area, I've just got to go through tunnels. Tunnels. Is there anything here? Nada. Before I go ahead, I'm gonna have a squidge of dinner.
Greetings, brothers. You wanted to see me?
We know everything, Clara. There's no point hiding it anymore.
I don't know
Right.
what
That's the
you're
way to
talking
go.
about.
Box.
Drop the act. I could expect it from Malroom. You. Why protect a criminal?
Ever since his family turned their backs on him, he hasn't been the same. Just give me one more chance to talk.
I didn't realize they'd be on the
I know I
walls.
can make him see reason.
Guess what? What?
But only because it's you asking. Just
Want
know
sooner?
this.
I ate it all. That's a surprise. I didn't think you would. You had a lot on that plate. Like, a lot. I wouldn't have been able to do it. Yeah, look, it was def too much food, but delicious, and then it was gone. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It was very delicious. No. Shot. Don't stop. Don't do it. Don't shoot at me. Easy.
Come on, you freaks. Want a piece of me? Then come and get it. Well, I don't know where you came from,
Do that.
but if you think I'll die without a fight, you're dead wrong. If I'm going, I'm taking
What are
every
these?
last one.
Oh, actually, can I
But
go
if
into
you're
that
down
door?
with me,
I can. Is
just
there anything in here is the other thing.
one day away from retirement. Maria, Laura,
Box.
whoever you are, know that you're open
Syringe.
till the very end.
Ooh. Ah, yes. Delicious. But I'm not sure if I'll need it though, right? I don't... Unless they one-shot. They don't one-shot. They do two-shot though. Interesting. Yeah, okay. It's not too bad then. I thought we were going to be doing more long-range shooting. Doesn't seem to be the case. That's fine. That's all groovy and gravy.
It should open from the other side.
Oh, everything's a two-shot. There's not much ammo. Okay, interesting. Man, the maps are so big in this.
sure that witch will appreciate it.
Bro, maybe it's further up. I did forget those were a thing. I don't need. Can I crop there? Can I go in here? Certainly can. Maybe what's this one? Come down that, have I? I don't think I have. Fuses. All good. All right. Okay. We've got 100. So if we do, not a good sound at all. At that. Oh, wait a second. Do I need to... I think I overloaded it. Oh, no. Okay. I need the first one on. So if it needs 4070... Maybe it needs just 2 1. Cool. Did it. No sweat. Bit more health. Nice. That was everything over here, wasn't it? There's stairs at the back there. I'll go down. What the... That one. This one? Right, okay, no. That's not... Yep, alright. That's not for where I am. That is for when I'm coming from the lower level up. This one, however, I go straight.
Every time someone dies, they do the same thing. They cover it up like nothing ever happened. They bought Raul's silence with a handful of silver.
Cover it
A
up.
few coins, a few pats on the back, and just like that, case closed. I don't know how people could sell themselves so cheap.
If those loan sharks ever tried to buy me off, I'd make them swallow every last coin until they started crapping silver nuggets.
Dude's so messy. Holy shit. Oh, you're there. Okay.
Are you not tired of following me?
No.
You can't hide forever.
So, I think I am meant to run. It's probably going to be another bit.
Won't hurt you. Is that
found you.
We're good. We're good. We're good. Stop. Stop. No, piggy. Here.
And never forget. Neither do I.
Oh. Big lady. We go. Oh, I can push that as well, actually. Alright. So that turns... that one there off, so I would have to...
You've escaped.
For a second, I thought she was coming in here. Okay. I'm in this part here. Right.
I see you.
You don't. Okay. So. To...
We'll meet again.
Either go this bit or the... That bit's there, actually, so I'm gonna have to go there. Okay. As soon as you turn around...
Why don't you come out and say hello?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, cool. So we'll go that way. We have to go that way and turn right. Basically where she is gone now. But things are groovy. Things are groovy.
Path is clear.
I'm not sure if she's actually going to come over here because of that explosion. I think it's only noises that I make rather than just general noise.
Your little schemes
Which
are
is
putting all of us at risk.
good.
It's only a matter
To know.
of time before they catch you. And when
If I
they
do that, we've
we all
got two
go
ways
down.
out into this main area here. Do that. Hey, Scots, how you doing? Is she coming this way, actually? Doing alright? How about yourself? Good, good, good. Yeah, playing a little bit of Crisol, and then also got dinner on the side, but apart from that, a little tired. But pretty good overall. Overall, not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, what's for dins? Shredded Mexican beef with corn, pico de mayo. Thanks, Zuna. It is delicious. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Okay, we got time. Slow cooked brisket I've been slaving all day. Yes, she has.
And love never forgets.
Two. Fuck, I'm gonna do that. What's under here? Interesting. Cool. Yeah, neato. Ox. Kinda like a burrito bowl. Low cooked equals very hands off. Very hands off. Look, there was a lot of components and I broke the glass. Yeah, look, so Zuna had nacho version of it and I had almost fajita a version of that. But overall, it's been very nice. Yeah. You. Slider wrap situation up? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Vegeta. Yeah. Like Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta. Taco is what I'm looking for. Also, fuck, Scott, is that you, by the way? In that... Where's my mouse? Oh, it is you. I was like, it looks exactly like you. But I also didn't want to assume that it was, I mean, I kind of did assume. It's funny that it looks, haha, yep. Yeah, no, Scots, I got there, okay? I got there. So, Scots. Just Scots. Scots. Tomorrow, Mandalorian and Grogu trailer, apparently. So when we wake up, there'll be a trailer for it. Don't want to excite anyone in chat, but I'm pretty fucking excited. Don't go that way. I'm gonna have to do the old... Come on. Yeah, so very exciting. Don't. No. Go left. Go left. Fuck. Just wish I could have got my resin printed to play nice. I get comparisons to...
Find you, you wish you'd never been born.
Ooh. Yeah, yep. There.
Who's there?
Okay. Oh, up. I was gonna print up the Mando armor for PAX last year. Oh, dude, that would have been sick. Would you have gone the initial season 1 armor, where it's all kind of the patchwork armor, or season 3, where it's all Mesca? If we don't have a tiny apartment, I would totes get a resin printer. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck off. Stop. Stop it. Plans for Beskar, but season 1 was more interesting. Yeah, honestly, as much as I do like the pure Beskar, and it's just like, it's looking real nice and shiny, there's something about season 1 where it's, you know, you've got the, what was it, the clone-esque kind of armor for the hand, where it's the blue triangle, blue arrow in a way. Hey Lily, how you doing? Thanks for joining. Can I just drop down here? Fuck No, I've got to go all the way around. Of course I do. Of course I can't just drop down. It'd be too easy. I'm a live medical test yesterday. Now some results and my body just feels dead because I walked 3 kilometers and went 96 stairs. Walking makes me want to screech. Well, I hope you're just relaxing at the moment. I need to... You didn't hear jack shit. Yeah, we're good. We're good. But yeah, no. I hope you're resting, Lily. Laying in bed all day. Crocheting. Ooh. Crocheting anything specific? We're just kind of just crocheting. Fuck, once my house inspection is done Friday.
Never forget.
Good. I might see if I can get my resin printer set up in the garage. Time for winter. Ooh. This year packs maybe? Or is it too late for sorting all of that out? I'm making my sister-in-law a baby blanket. She's Pregante. Yeah, the old Pregante. But how lovely, Lily. How lovely. But a wrench. Ooh, I believe I can use that on the steam pipes. Give me you. Give me you. Yeah. Not that I need it. But I'll take it. Okay, so I could do straight ahead. There wasn't anywhere over here. Yeah, cool. Okay. What was that? Oh, that's just the push. Yep. Okay. We're good. We're good. Can't wait to be able to tell the child I make it its blanket. Oh, that will be lovely. It's always fun when you can just create something and then, you know, someone else has it. So, yeah. Exciting. In terms of food, I made a fucking fantastic special fried rice this afternoon while working from home. I finished at 4 PM and I started doing this at 3 PM at 3:30. The shit hit the fan with a cybersecurity incident that everyone else had ignored. Then at 4 PM, we had an attempted break-in at the office and I had to spend an hour and a half tracking their movements on... Jesus. Holy shit. So you have had a pretty full-on day, Scots. The fuck? Oh, explosion. I didn't see the pretty color. That's just rude. The test, I found out I sleep on my left side because I crush my left renal vein and duodenum in all other positions. I guess I'm hardcore like that. Lily, super hardcore. Hello, Honor. How you doing? Stop it. Stop it. I'm good. I'm good. We're playing some of this Crisol. And I wasn't sure what I wanted to play tonight, whether it was going to be this or Reanimal, but Sass, the old Sass effects, kind of goaded me into this by calling me a loser because she'd spent 6 hours and she was only slightly ahead. So, I'm here to prove her wrong. Hopefully. So, it was quiet for most of it, but then got busy at the end. So now I'm just chilling and trying to get something to switch to random. Yeah, okay. So wait, Scott, so you still at work now? Working from home, right? Are you still working, or are you done for the day? And it sounds like you're... Yeah, it sounds like you're still working. How dare she? You don't deserve... Nah, Honor, look, I kind of do deserve it, honestly. A little bit. If you had seen the stuff that I was given her today, yeah, I deserve it, so... No, I finished for the day at 5:30. Oh, okay. Very good. Good. I see my GP next week, so I'll find out how we treat the SMA and nutcracker syndromes, the vein things there. Yeah, Lily, hopefully you can, yeah, that stuff doesn't sound fun, so fuck. did it explode? I always deserve a little bit. Yeah, look, I deserve... Sometimes it's not a little. Sometimes it's a lot. And that's on me, but... Yeah, Lily, hopefully you can, oh my god, find out if it, yeah, easily treated or not, but hopefully it's all good. Fingers crossed for you. Alright, Gucci. On research, I either gain weight to build up the fat around them, or I get surgery to put stents in, etc. Oof. Stents. Ooh, pretty color. Yeah, okay. But, yeah. Well, look, I mean, whichever one has to happen, hopefully, you know, stents would probably be the most sustainable. How much weight are we talking? Yeah, stents, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Scott's right, like, if it's, you know, his additional weight could cause more complications, obviously. Yeah, see, I don't know enough about it. So, even stents, I know a little bit about stents, but not a lot. I'm not very, intellectual in that regard. Oh, where does this go? Up, up, down. Oh, okay, takes me to the other side? I could do that there, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go this way. The way that I'm not supposed to go. I'm underweight at 53 kilos when I should be at, so would basically... Oh, okay. So if it was, yeah, getting to 60, 65...
I only need to reroute the water into the fire.
That might be fine. By the sounds of it. But also, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know, but... I have allergic to nuts. What is that? But it's still red up here. Is there a thing that I can thing up here? Yeah, there is. Fuck. And that. Blue, baby. Hell yeah. Oh, a safe spot. Don't mind if I do. Nothing else here. Blue. Huh? Yeah.
Funny, isn't it? That something is simple.
Don't care. Okay, blue is going into that one. Easy. EZ. EZ. Okay. Have issues getting weight due to health stuff, also caused by SMA. So I'm thinking stents could be the better long-term solution, seeing as once I went 60 kilograms to 40. Yeah, okay. So did they already suggest which one would be preferred? Did the doctor suggest one already? Or is it you find out which one is the suggestion? Good.
You've escaped.
No, I'm just here. No suggestions yet, but I'll hear from the doctor. Yeah, okay. So that's when you find out. Oh, alright. Alright. I do this one. Yep. And then I do that one. And is there another one somewhere? Did I hear? Oh yeah.
I can smell you. I'm coming.
I'm concerned by stents. My aunt has a shunt because she had too much fluid on the brain, so in my eyes, if stents will help me function better and have less pain, then I'm all for it. Oh man, what a time, Lily. I'm, yeah, sorry that you've got to go through this, but hopefully, yeah, you can get to the bottom and feel better by the end of it with the least amount of trouble, I guess, for you.
You can't hide forever. Time to die.
It's not like that. Go away. No, I'm just trying to get you. I'm not even sure if I can. Because with my partner and a good team of doctors. Good team of doctors. That's good. Good. Don't do it. Sweet. Oh, I thought I got you. Maybe not. No. Stop. Stop.
You've escaped.
Up. Cool beans. Up. Stop. Blue is this one. Bottom. Right? And then bottom. Right here. And suss out stuff. Going in there or going that way? Anyway, I think I need to go over that way. Yeah. Lily, having that support around as well is really good, so. Plus you got everyone that you hang out in streams, you were in Gabby's before and Sass, so everyone can, whilst may not be there in physically, but everyone can give you emotional support as well. Or just be there. Not everyone can,
Stay right there.
Stay away. Yeah, we're good? Yep. Do I have any? Yep.
You can't run forever.
Fuck, no, I thought I had bullets in my gun. Just wants to say, it's got to catch them all. Fucking Scott. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. Blue. We're going around. Middle. Yeah, and then middle. Oh, goes down. Okay, we're gonna need to figure out where that's going. Seeing Gub show on Friday really helped me feel less alone because now I've met her in real life. Yeah, and that's so good as well. It did look a lot of fun going from what I saw on Instagram.
Not a drop.
Oh, I've got NO1 to do. That's what I got them all. Got them all. Shit. Okay, how do I get back out there? Is it this way? I think I could do it this way, actually. That's reserved for in the geriatric homes, from what I've heard. It was so good, I loved it more than I expected to. That's so good. Brain, come on. Gabby shared a couple things from the show, I believe. Might not have been that show. But, yeah, it was... Why can't I go that way anymore? How do I get onto the other side? How do I get back down there? To go the long way back? Shit, I forgot how I got to... Was. Oh. Was it here? It was here. So I've got to go to... NO. Wait a second. Is this where I came in? Yeah. Yeah, this is where I came out. So how in the ever-loving fuck do I get back? How did I get here? Go this way. Go around. Go down the stairs. But I can't go that way. So how did I get from here? So I went up and around. No? Did I go here? And down? Right. There was a door. Okay. Alright. We're good. We're good. Although... Oh, that just goes back in the thing. Shit, okay. So I need to get to... I'm worried. My legs are dangling. No, he's asleep. That's good. right here.
Who's
Yep,
there?
we're good. Go away. Bump.
We'll meet again.
Go away. Stop. Blue is middle. That. Yeah, blue, middle. Yep, cool. Is there anything over this way? Ooh, hit a box. That's gonna get me. See, come. I hear crow. I hear. There.
Fly high. Do not look back.
Fly high. And do not look back. So now I can get out of here. Can
Come out so that I won't hurt you.
I? We're good. Anything else? Alright, now we can get out of here. I didn't check over this way, I think. Oh. Yeah, I didn't check this at all. This is all new. Yeah. Nothing there. We're just gonna bust our way in here. Yep. Vinyl record. You. Perfect. I'm gonna remember how to get out of here. Go down here and then go. Yep, cool. Alright. We're on track. There. Over here. This way. And then I should. That's yellow. I think this should be sweet now. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Meals, how you doing? There we go. Hey, Meals, how you doing? Honor, hello. Meals, what were you playing? What were you doing? We'll get back to the bop sooner. Brewster, how you doing? Welcome in. Randall, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Meals, what were you playing? Playing some Disney Dreamlight Valley. Honor sent me here. Oh well, Honor is a good man. Honor is a good man. How are you going in Dreamlight Valley? Were you playing the new DLC? There's new-ish DLC, right? I think the last DLC that I was aware of was the Jafar one. Was that this one? I swear to God. Zuna, stop it. I'm a good man. Who have you spoken to? Ah, stop it, Honor. You are a good man. Stop it. Get out of here. Yeah. Thank you, Zuno. No, just the regular stuff. Haven't done any of the DLCs yet. I only started playing in October. I think there's a lot, right? There's a lot of stuff. I know, Zuna, you were playing it for a bit, and it seems to be time gated a little, so you've got to wait for a day or 2 days or a week or whatever to do some stuff, right? PS5. Ooh. What's the performance like on PlayStation 5? Obviously, you've just relatively started, right? But yeah, I know Zuna. Yeah, Zuna was playing and it's become very laggy. And you don't even have a huge area, right, Zuna? I can't remember. It's been a while since you've played it. I've got a bit and the first DLC. Yeah, okay. Yep. That's right. Yeah, we were interested in the Jafar DLC, but then we were like, oh, there's so much. It can be super laggy. I had to end stream a few weeks ago because the entire game froze. Oh wow, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. Yeah, I know it's hard when Zuna plays, because it just gets real framey. Hasn't frozen, but there was a bug that happened when we were looking at it, and Zuna lost all the crystals that you use for paying stuff. The premium currency, wasn't it, Zuna? Was it or one of them? Maybe it wasn't the premium one, but it was the other one, maybe. And just lost so much. Got it back though, but it was just forget the Dreamlight stuff's forget its name. Yeah. I'd kill for PC money. Yeah, Meals, it's just getting worse as well. It's getting worse, so PS5 is probably the best. If you've got a console, I'd probably just continue playing that, unless you come across a few, ingots of gold or diamond or something. You can sell them, and then you can get a PC. So, RAM and SSD. Yeah, I wanted to get an SSD at some point. I was looking at a 4 terabyte SSD because with all the game dev stuff that I'm doing and work, I need more space. However, I decided that I wanted to get an SSD right when all of this stuff is happening. And now it's $800-ish to get that. So I've decided not to until it all comes down. Which, who knows when that's going to happen. But both my SSDs are full now, and now I can't afford a new one because of the price hike. Yeah, it sucks. It really does. Even for a 1 terabyte SSD, I think it's $350 to $400, maybe even more. The last time I looked, which was a couple weeks ago, it was about $350. Speaking of PC money, tomorrow I get a new PC for $300. My partner and I's friend wanted a new PC, so we bought parts, and my partner is building it. We get the old one for $300. Oh, what a deal! What a deal, Lily. So when does this mean Lily streams at some point? If you don't already, I don't even know it. Lily, do you stream? Is that an option? When do we get Lily streams? Oh, I used to. Oh, cool. What did you used to play? Obviously, you probably still play those kind of games, right? But what did you used to stream? Sorry. That's very exciting. Animal Crossing and crafty stuff. And there's a lot of games like that now. A lot of crafty games. But yeah, that's good for $300. The prices make it really hard. If you didn't have that deal, it would be... Yeah, you'd probably have to go pre-built, which are cheaper than building your own, but not necessarily better. So, yeah, it's insane. Thankfully, I got my RAM just before the increase. Entire PC lagged for so long because of it. Yeah, look, I got a motherboard. This was ages ago, and I got my RAM. So I got two 32 gig sticks of RAM. So I got 64 in total. And then I was like, you know what? I want more RAM. So I bought another 2 sticks, exactly the same brand, but it's a different set. So they're the exact same sticks, but they're different. It's a different set, right? You've got a set of 2 and a set of 2. And I wanted to go 128 gigs of RAM. However, when I tried it, the computer just didn't like it. And it's, so I couldn't do that. And now I just have 2 sticks of 32 gigabytes of RAM just kind of chilling around. So I could probably... Is your motherboard dual channel? I believe it is. So I'm not sure what the go is. I was trying to run it in XMP at the time, and then but now I've got a AMD board, so whatever the equivalent of XMP is for AMD boards. Anyway, I do like the XMP on because I get those faster speeds of RAM, and I think that is better than the more gigabytes, right? But I think if I was to do more work that required more RAM, I would have to change that so my speeds would lower, but I could have 128. Anyway, for the moment, I've got 64 in there, and I've got 64 just chilling somewhere in the bedroom. It's somewhere in there. I don't want to say I'm rich, but I just have a random 2 sticks somewhere, so I could probably sell those for a bajillion dollars and make a profit and then get my SSD. So, true Bitcoin invest in RAM. Honestly, yep. Anyway, I'm gonna get back into it. Meals, thank you for the raid. If you need to, raid and run, look after yourself. Do that. But yeah, game? No. Chats? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Zuna. Thanks, Zuna. No, but I appreciate it. Meals, appreciate you coming on in. We are going to get back into the game. I would like to finish chapter 2 tonight, so I'm not a loser in Sass's eyes. So I might stream again once we have a proper setup for me. I currently have a hospital rolling table as a desk. Yeah. I could see how that might be a bit difficult to stream from. So yeah, maybe once you get a desk. What the fuck? I don't know why this is on the playlist. What the hell? Cool. I guess we're doing some Crazy Frog then. Sure, okay. Look, I wasn't expecting this one at all. One bit. Whoa, random animations working based on vector length. Fried rice is calling my name. BRB. Get your fried rice, Scots. I'm still going with my dinner. Yeah, it's because my partner has a setup since he works from home and I just play games in bed on my laptop using rolling table. Oh, well, that's perfect then. It's perfect for you. The whole That whole setup, ace. Also, a little side note and a slight fanboy moment. Night Shift is sick as hell and a favorite from 2025. Honor, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, look, it was a bit bumpy, bit of a bumpy launch, and I've learned a lot from that. There was a lot of bugs, a lot of issues. And I probably should have cooked a little bit more before releasing. But I think if I didn't, I wouldn't have been able to put out a bunch of updates and fix it. And I think where it's at now is probably the best. So I really appreciate you playing. And I love watching, jumped into your stream when you were playing it. And, jumping into a bunch of other content creators. It's really cool to see how people go about it differently. I mean, I'm excited to announce kind of what I'm working on next, but I want to kind of work on it a little bit more before doing that. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Honor. Oh my god, a team at the Olympics did an ice skating routine to this. Did they really? Okay. Well, now that the Crazy Frog is done, we're gonna jump into it. It's a good learning experience, though. Plus, you put out updates and showed that you're committed to keeping it rolling and fixing any issues. Yeah, that was my big thing as well. I really wanted to... I didn't want it to seem like a cash grab, and I didn't want it to seem like it was a janky horror game. Not just like, in the worst way. There's some good janky horror games, but then you got your janky horror games that people play for 2 seconds and then put down because it's just not good. Due to bugs and all of that. And I know that happened at the start, and I think it hurt it a bit in terms of sales and popularity, but that's fine. It's one of those things where as I said, it's a learning experience for that. But yeah, the main part that I really wanted to do was just kind of get it to a point that I was happy at and try and exceed that as well. So I hope it's there. And I really hope I in my eyes it's at a good point now, but I hope it's, well received by more people going forward. So yeah, I really appreciate the kind words as well. Another team did a routine to I'm Blue and Daft Punk. Oh wow. I guess we're getting to that time, the years now, where people are doing events and doing all of those things to songs like that, I guess. That's kind of cool, though. It's kind of cool. I sorry I disappeared for a minute. Had a phone call. Didn't even play Night Shift, and it scared the absolute fuck out of me. No, don't apologize. Please don't. But no, it's good. I really enjoy kind of jumping into chats, and people are like, the mannequins freak me out. I'm super scared of mannequins. Llama Goddess screaming every 2 seconds. I'm not actually sure if she's finished it because she was screaming so much. And yeah, it's really good to just kind of see that happen as well. But no, Meals, thank you for the kind words, and Honor as well. Thank you for suggesting Meals to pop by and raid us as well. Yeah, there's janky and then there's janky. Absolutely not the same. No. Meals, thank you for the follow. Routines were awesome. I love Winter Olympics for ice skating. Yeah, I did see, I haven't looked since, but I think I saw yesterday or day before that Australia was winning compared to Canada. maybe not winning, but they had more medals than Canada, which was crazy. So I'm not sure if that's still the case or not. Mannequins are my nightmare fuel. I think mannequins are a lot of people's nightmare fuel, actually, which is crazy to me. I know clowns is a big thing, but I thought clowns would have been more than mannequins. But here we are. And then there's people where mannequins, it doesn't even scare them. There's a few people that have, rightfully so, refunded the game after playing it, realizing that it's not for them, and they're just the notes that you can leave when you refund is just like it's just not scary. I'm not scared by mannequins. So that's a thing. And then obviously there's the reviews being like, mannequins don't scare me either. And then you got the other spectrum where mannequins are very scary. So horror is one of those good themes where it's so subjective, but then it's hard because without a game, one thing I tried to do was really minimize the jump scares, and I ended up adding a couple in just more so for that crowd, but I didn't want to overdo it. And yeah, I think one thing a lot of people in horrors really, I think, are looking for jump scares and not so much that slow build up. And after a while, that it's hard for me to say, easy for me to say, sorry, but the night shift doesn't get scarier. However, I have spent a lot of time playing around and working on this, so it's not, for me, it's not that scary. But yeah, I really hope that over time you'd probably lose that scariness and you kind of understand how things are working. But also, if it's a fear, it might be a bit harder to, right? So, clowns are my worst nightmare ever. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, meals. Yep. They were nightmare fuel. They were nightmare fuel before I was on DSP, and then they took my money, so I have to rely on my partner, and it went to a new level. I love clowns. Nightmare fuel is Centerling. Honestly, yeah, they are the worst. I don't mind clowns. I used to work in retail, and they always had those dusty mannequins out the back that I'm still convinced were moving. Yeah, always the way. Oh, Tier, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Wait. Oh, it's T-Rex. Ah. Oh no, I don't have a drink. Why did I say Tier? Seeing it spelt out like that in the top left confused me. And I saw Tier, but it's T-Rex. Hello, T-Rex. How you doing? Welcome in. Hydrate. I've got to drink it up. I got to find a drink. I got to get a drink. Hang on. While we do that, let me just... I'm doing really well here. Let's just do this. We'll get music back on. I'm going to get a drink. Oh, fuck, I'm going to get orange juice. It's better than Tex. Goddamn right. I'm back, and I have a drink. Delicious. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Now, how you doing, T-Rex? Is Sass still going? Is she still... Oh, she's done. How'd she go, T-Rex? I kind of stopped watching because I didn't want spoilers because we are actually playing Crisol. Fuck, I can't say it normally now. Crisol? But now I'm saying Crisol. like whistle, but with a cur. So doing good. Nice. Sass rated out a couple hours ago. Okay, cool. Did she end up finishing chapter 2 at all? Because she gave me shit for it, and now all of a sudden, she got through a puzzle without any assistance. She is... No, I think she got close. Okay. Well, because she called me a loser, now I'm going to try and beat her. In less time, too. So, yeah. I got to get to bed, need to start work early in the morning. Have a great stream. See you next time. Honor, thank you so much. And, yeah, suggesting to Meals to come by as well. I appreciate you spending some of your evening here. And, yeah, we'll see you next time. Thank you so much, Honor. Everyone say goodnight to Honor, please. She was enlightened to chicken attack, and that unlocked her for a few minutes. Also means it's bedtime for me since we share a bed. Meals, good night. Thank you so much for raiding in. I appreciate you as well. Everyone say good night to Meals as well. You'll both have a lovely sleep.
Done yet, Gabrielle?
Oh, doll
I'm getting
factory.
bored over here.
Gabrielle, who are you and what have you done with Mediodía?
I don't know. Maybe you're just confusing me with Arroyo. I mean, clearly, I remind you of him.
Ah, I get it. Look, I was upset and I took it out on you. Truth is, I do not think you are anything like him. Fine, let us make a deal. If we make it out alive...
Margarita pizza.
How would you like to join my squad?
Are you kidding me? Me? In the legendary Tercios del Sol? Yeppity yes! But I'll need a new place to live, and obviously you'll help me decorate. Curtains, furniture. Oh, and I want cats. Do you like cats? Please tell me you like cats.
All right, just calm down. First, you fix the seal, okay?
Deal, Gabe. I mean, yes, sir!
Sure.
I need to reload.
He said, do we have... Oh, yeah. I need to reload. Stop. Stop it, baby. Game seems loud? Game seems loud. I haven't... Being out for a few minutes. See you soon. Thank you for lurking, T-Rex. I'll see you when you get back. Does the game seem loud soon? Also, Chip just like ran out here thinking something's happening. Oh, what you doing? I don't know. He keeps on looking into the bedroom, so... I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, does that seem loud when I shoot? Louder than before? Because I haven't changed anything. Okay. Game is loud, if not louder than you. Yes, okay. I might turn it down a smidge. Also, hello FP, how you doing? A little loud nod. Okay, yeah. No, that's weird because... Yeah, we... No, I turned it down a couple decimals, but please let me know if it ends up still being too loud. I can still turn it down a smidge anyway, so... Where am I going? Not that way. I need to go... Oh, up and out. Oh, because I've got the B one now. Yes, okay. I have B. It's normal for me, but I'm on mobile, so I often have to turn my phone up to hear voice and game equally. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can sometimes see the game volume kind of getting at the same level, but it's kind of hard to tell when there's action going on. I was trying to figure out the audio so I could provide constructive feedback, but your mic just sounds odd. Yeah, okay. I think it could just be my microphone. I don't think there's anything I can do with it at the moment, sadly. Oh my god. Dan. Bucko. Aren't you streaming? Get out of here. Yeah, thought he was streaming. Okay. Rotate. So can't do that. Rotate there.
That hurt.
So am I not meant to have A in there? Because that's fine. I don't have to have A. Yeah, okay.
Gate B open. Have to move.
Gate B. Daniel's streaming, he's streaming, yep. It's not bad, like I've heard way worse, but I'm just used to top mics and stuff. Yeah, I don't have a top-end microphone. Sadly, it's just a little USB dumb microphone, but yeah, hopefully I can get it sorted out soon. Ammo capacity would be nice, and reload speed would be nice. Yeah.
Good choice.
Skill? Ooh, yes, please. 3332444. Absorbing blood over your maximum health has a 20% chance of generating a blood syringe. Increase the speed of using a syringe. No, okay, I'll grab this one actually. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I believe the audio wasn't before, but I don't know why it changed.
You're my best customer.
Save as well.
Why won't you leave me alone? You should be chasing Arroyo. That lying bastard swore that if I helped him, my family would finally start respecting me. And like a damn
Did
fool,
Sass
I
end up
believed him.
finishing? Oh, see, that's the same level. What has happened? If I do that, no, I don't believe Sass did. T-Rex before was just saying that Sass got to a certain point, but no, did not finish. Which, not surprised. Not surprised. Right. Yep. That one. Yep. Cool. Easy. Cool beans. Yeah, this is a way to go. Not sure if it is the way to go, but you know, Chip's just looking into the bedroom for no reason, as if someone's in there. Which is weird. I'm assuming there's some noise on the wall that he's probably interested in again. Oh, is this health? Yeah. Honestly, there could be ghosts. No, we had a couple weeks ago, neighbor that's kind of on the back end of our bedroom. And we believe it's an Airbnb, but we're not 100% sure. But they were banging and yelling at 4 a.m. And yeah, it woke us up. And we thought it was going to get pretty bad. Is that how I came? I believe I came that way. So I need to go... this way. In here? Yes. Yes, they were banging on the walls and, yeah, yelling.
Tell me the truth, scumbag.
Different. We were pretty concerned.
He knew his job better
And
than
it kind of, it stopped, I don't know, like 30, 40 minutes later.
Let go of me, damn it. I was just following orders, that's all.
And then, yeah, since then, we've kind of been unsure about what happened, what is happening, and then who's in there. And if it is an Airbnb, there's nothing we can do. Oh no, that's not good. Learned my lesson from my with my downstairs neighbors. Just call 000. Yeah, so the issue is we live in a apartment block, so even if 000 was called, by the time they got here, it would be, they'd have to be let up by the security guard. It's a whole thing. So we've actually got to initially call the security guard and let them know, and then they will call the police, or like, because the security guard's got to check up. I don't think we can, obviously we can, but the process here, unfortunately, is security guard first. But by the time I think we got we didn't have the security guard's number on hand. Oh wait, is that the other side? They've been in that room. Yeah, nice. By the time that security guard, we got the number for the security guard, it was kind of done, and we were on the verge of sleep. And we were just kind of saying to ourselves, if it happened again, we would immediately get the security guard without waiting. But it just hasn't happened again, so yeah, it's... I heard crow, but no crow. Maybe it's just sound. Oh, there it is. There it is.
No creature deserves to live in a cage.
Groovy. Sick. Okay, we've got a couple ways, although this way it looks like it's a dead end, so let's check this out. The goodies. Nothing here. Okay. Well, yeah, you've got it for next time. Yeah, we are prepared in case it happens, because, yeah, we didn't... Luna, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. What do you mean? I can't use any of this stuff. Hope you're doing well, Luna. Yeah, we got the number, so if it does happen again, we're ready. Yeah,
I have too many of these.
So that's why we're thinking it's a Airbnb. Because it was a once-off, and we've been here for 3-ish years now.
Stop! You don't have to do this.
So,
My father was a fool to trust you. He thought
we
you
got
might
pushed.
be as decent as Mr. Santiago.
One time I was like, should I call the cops, and didn't, and then the second time I called police assistance line, and they immediately transferred. Yeah,
That's
okay.
not true.
Yeah, nice. I've only had to call...
This is all Lorenzo's fault.
I've had to call
He's
cops
obsessed.
once.
Whatever's buried in that mountain, and he doesn't
Once,
care who
ages
he
ago.
drags down to get him.
Like a few
You
years.
want someone to
And
blame? Go after him.
they sent people out relatively quick. They couldn't really do anything at that point. So
I know.
they had to come back another day. Can I harvest you? I would like Yeah, I can. That's unfortunate. Maybe I have to move it somehow. Because I'd like to... You stress me out. You're not even doing anything. You're just sitting, staring. You're making me think someone's making noises, but they're not. A little freak. Little freaky boy. Okay. So this is still red. Because of you? Yeah. Maybe that goes in here.
Something must be blocking it.
Yeah, let's go in there. Don't even know what I'm doing in here. Oh. Yeah, I'll suck you.
My brothers will come from...
Neato burrito.
I just have to wait a little longer.
Oh.
Just a moment. I just need to close my eyes. I'm tired. So very tired.
Suck them all. Yeah, that is current plan. Has the game said why you need human blood, not animal blood? To recharge? Maybe. I mean, I do absorb animal blood. But I guess for ammo, it would make sense because I'm kind of like reborn for the sun. But no, I don't think it's directly said why. I'm not sure if it will. Also, I haven't really been paying attention to the story. Outside of a few... No. Yeah. Oh, you can absorb... yeah, you just can't use the blood. So when you absorb human, you generally get a item, whether it's a key or... I like how he didn't move just then. You generally get a key or an item that will help you. Or like a brooch that will unlock a chest. So point of no return, okay. I don't like the sound of that. But animal blood will fill health up again. So the gameplay is good enough to ignore story. Yeah, I think if I cared more, I would probably be following the story. But yeah, the gameplay is definitely... Sorry, the gameplay is definitely good enough where you don't really need to know the story.
Carry more syringes.
Julian who?
Hell yeah. Break lever.
Yeah, his son has been running around like crazy. Look.
Brooches are pretty cool. My mum loved a brooch. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, there's a bunch of them in this one. Use the brooches to... So these ones here. Brooch. And they say brooch, but... Brooch? I don't know. But yeah, use these to unlock chests. And the chests have cool stuff. Oh, okay, yeah, the break, yes. I was like, oh, why? I swear I could do that before. Like, that makes sense to be able to do that before. Yeah, no, I don't need, you know. Can I continue pushing it? There's a thing down here. Not you. You. Alright. Cool. This way. And then I I do you, and then yes, there's other things over this way, right? Yeah. I wonder if Dolores, which is the tall robot lady, if she's over this way too. Straight ahead. You. She's gonna rock up at any time. Okay. Oh, do I just have... Is that gonna just chew them up? Yep.
I hope it has not gone bad.
Oh.
I had better follow the meat.
Hey, Imp, how you doing? Thanks for dropping by. Welcome in. Gimme. So, wait, is there only one going around? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Green dial toggles the green, blue, blue, white, white. Oh, easy. Okay. Okay. Green. Yep. Easy peasy. Yep. You're gonna go straight. Cool.
I need to follow that flash.
Okay, so where is it going out? It's going out the top, so I need it to go. I need to toggle you, so you go down, white, toggle, yep. Yep, I mean green. Fuck. I did blue instead. There's not even a blue. Thought I went up, actually. Did think I went up. Okay, so green. I'll do you now. White. Do you? Yep. White, white. And then when it goes through this one, green. Could be sweet from here. Yep. Cool. Through that goes. And then you open up.
Good. On to the next one.
Doing pretty good. That's awesome. Watching this part made me want to play Pipe Dream. So I did, and I'm bad at it. Pipe Dream. What is that? Is that on Steam? Or is it a... Pipe Dream? Pipe Dreams. Oh, it's these kind of... I mean, if it's Pipe Dreams, and it's the one that I'm looking at now, it's very puzzly. Yes, now those type of games I've really enjoyed when I was younger. I haven't played them in a while, actually. I don't think they've changed much. I don't, but okay. Meat goes around. So if I go green, white, green, blue. Was that too late? Yep. Yep. White, green. When it goes through this blue, I need to do blue. Hey, Crispin, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And then white. Okay, we should be sweet there. Yep. The old 1995 game. Okay, yeah, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, then where you... Is it like the one with the water flow and the pipes, and you've got to...
And ready for pickup.
Get the water flowing through the pipes, and you've got to, like, rotate them and stuff. Is that that? Or am I thinking of completely other thing? So, okay. think we got good at those kind of games because it's all we had. Yeah. Yeah, rotate pipe. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, they're also in a bunch of other games. I know BioShock has them. And, yeah, BioShock 1. I forget if they're in any of the other BioShocks. Did I miss something? Coins. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Did you? I haven't. Yeah, let's go this way. Yeah.
Hey, so can I call you Cap?
It is Captain, and no, you are not under my command. Not yet.
Don't be such a stiff, Cap.
Fine, Cadet. Now tell me, why did you join the Solari?
Guess I was just trying to make up for a few screw-ups. Believe it or not, I haven't always been this cool.
No doubt about that. But at least you had the guts to choose your own path. Me? I was raised to serve. Nothing more.
Always the gloomy one. If there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's that it's never too late to change your fate.
Let me in. Let me in.
If only it were that simple.
No one said it'd be easy, Cap. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you.
Thank you.
This is not a dance. I'm crying for help. I'm dying for help. Please just let me out. Let me in? I don't need you. Have I? You know, I've been down there. Yes. Okay. Alright. Yep. I remember. Everything's good. Everything's good. Alright. How much money do I have, roughly?
But I owe.
I do have money. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's go you.
Good taste.
Sure.
Come back
pistol.
soon,
I do use the
handsome.
pistol quite a bit. Okay. Let's get you in. Neato. Then you. Where's the thing? Okay. I need to move you. There we go. 21. And I can move you safely. So what am I doing? C? Is that the one I'm doing? I believe it's that one, right? That. Wait a second. I've got 6 more. Can I do... No, okay. Yeah, okay. Cool. I'm gonna leave this like this, because that means I can easily do D.
Access to Area C granted.
Fucking... The old skitsy emote.
Look, I get it. Odds of us becoming friends are slim, but we could still be partners. My family's been raking in silver from this mountain for generations. Spare my life, and I can make you rich. Filthy rich. Life
Filthy.
as a soldier can't be easy or well paid. So what do you say?
Oh, I just... Wait. Oh no, I used a little bit of health there. Okay, nothing there.
It will not open from this side.
No, okay.
Ooh.
We're good. We're good. Can't hear a crow somewhere? money. I've got a lot of gas actually. I've picked up quite a few gas canisters. Why does this look pretty ominous? The dam. Straight ahead, left. Straight ahead, left. Okay. Alright. This is fine. This is fine. I couldn't tell if that was in game or if that was shit. I'm assuming Dolores. It is 10 PM. Time for Zunas to. Night Zuna. I'm sure you'll walk straight past me. Everyone say night to Zuna. Kaboom. Boom. Oh. Yep. Dead. Drop. Nice. Okay, so there's controls there for something. Ooh. He's coming in, Zuna. You couldn't see.
I still remember when Father died, all of Tormentosa mourned his passing. He was a good man, generous, respected.
I wasn't even near that. Why was that gonna try and explode me? Okay, this is the dead end. Ooh. It's back here. Another one. Okay. So if that's the case, if I drop that and up that. Easy. Easy peasy. Get more health. There we go. Don't. And you're also gonna try and kill me? Easy. Making my way through. Yeah, perfect. It's a lot. Shit. God damn it. No, you were there. Ah. Why is my mouse? Why is my... I think there's a bit of like chip stuck in the laser part of my mouse. Let's have it. See, it's only... Yeah, okay, good. That's going to annoy me, I think. You... Syringe. Thank you very much. Okay, you are a dead end. Sounds of it. Groovy. Yeah, neat. Neato burrito. And then this way. Oh. Oh, you know, okay. This is also a dead end by the looks of it. So let's check it. Oh, okay.
You better start talking.
I was really
Where are the others
expecting
hiding?
something in this area.
Kill me if you want. I'm not telling you shit.
You've got guts.
I'll give you that. But do you think your friend will be just as brave? Juan! What did you do to him, you bastards?
He's on his way to the tower. You should feel lucky. You know how much fun they have there with Solari scum.
You'll never
I don't care about this. Onwards.
Our brothers will stop.
I believe this way, and then we go up. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nothing here. Why does my... Is there a record there? No, no record. No, hang on. Hang on. Oh. Alright. That chip is no longer being a menace. And he's with Zuna. Trapped in the bedroom.
How much energy do they even need? They should just shut down the dam already.
Is the pressure rising again?
The structure won't hold much longer, I'm telling you. But hey, who's brave enough to say no to Lorenzo Euro?
Am I walking along
And
this?
what exactly do you expect us to do? Only the sea knows what could happen if we keep pushing our luck.
I don't know. But one thing's for sure. If this thing blows, we're the ones who'll take the fall.
Yep. Let's hit that one. Good there. So, hang on. If I did that, and then that.
I can now cross.
EZ.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, okay. And that one would give me D.
The pressure's through the roof. If we don't shut it down now, the whole thing's gonna blow.
So I need to figure out.
Who do you think you are to make that decision? Nobody moves a finger without my permission. Understood?
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stand
Oh,
by
okay.
while people die for your
And I'll go
family's
down
damn
and get it.
pride.
I'll go down and get it.
Do it, and I swear you'll rot in the darkest cell of the tower.
Do what you must, ma'am, but it won't be mine. So.
Oh. I'm stuck down here now. I got D. Master Switch D. Oh. What happened? Oh, okay. I was on the other side of that. Yep. Gotcha. Gotcha. Alright, reactivate the hoist. So we're gonna go back to that main area then, and main area. Do D. If it's saved, it should be pretty set up already, and I just have to adjust a couple things. Okay, new area. Plenty to explore in here by the looks of it. Have you played other Blumhouse games? No. To my knowledge, no.
My bag is full.
Because the other ones, there's the Lighthouse one that I saw Sass play. That was the Anomaly game. Then I know there's a couple Five Nights at Freddy games as well. I believe Blumhouse published those. But I haven't played. This is the first one I've played so far of the Blumhouse published games. No. Idiot. Sleep Awake looks good. Oh yes, that one does look cool. That one's more of a Outlasty one, isn't it? Where not the night vision, sorry, but you're running, hiding. There's no weapons. Amnesia, Outlasty kind of style. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Or is there weapons in it? I did watch Sass and someone else play it for a little while. The demo, at least. Yeah. Easy peasy. you know, Sleepawake does look good, from what I remember. And I believe there was a couple other games that they published too that also looked good. And I just can't think of what they are. I don't need this, do I? I also don't know when I'll be down here again. Why is this red? Oh! Shit. Shit. Really wish I paid more attention there. And I gotta go all the way around again. I haven't watched the full playthrough yet. It's giving psychedelic horror. Ooh, yes. That does sound exciting. We do like psychedelic-y horror stuff. Big fan. Okay.
Done.
What? Right, okay. Probably should have... I thought it was going to stay, and then I wasted time trying to touch it. So basically, as soon as I do this, I just got to run for it. Noted. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Go, 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 go. Yeah. No problems there at all. Oh, cool. Where am I now? That doesn't help me. I feel the game gives too many eels. Maybe it's because I'm playing on the medium difficulty? You. It definitely feels like it's chucking a lot of...
Do not let them catch you again.
A lot of health stuff. Let me go up.
Hey, Cap. Now that we're battle buddies and all, tell me, what's life like out there?
You would love it. The Church of the Sun rules over all Hispania, and the Golden City. I cannot even begin to describe it. It is beyond imagination.
I can't wait. You know what's really sad? I don't even remember what the sun felt like on my skin. It hasn't shown its face here in Tormentosa for ages.
And in Hispania, it never sets. Still, this rain. It feels strangely familiar to me.
Cap, do you believe in past lives?
What? You really do ask the weirdest questions.
Yeah, I know. What can I say? My brain's a little scrambled sometimes. Catch you later.
Oh.
I have too many of these.
That's fine. Now if I do this one, it's back out to this main area. Oh. Oh, I thought I've already been out there. Apparently not. I'm just imagining all the little dots in his hand because of rude. You're up there. Is that all of them? Wait, have I been out here? Oh yeah, I think this is the first area that, even though you've visited before, there's enemies there, because there's been many times before where you revisit an area and there's nothing. Yeah, his hand must be mincemeat. Yeah, mincemeat on the palm side.
Should be able to get through.
I think just, yeah, but he looks fine, so I'm assuming he's got some sort of regen, just hams. Yeah, probably. Oh. I gotta move that. Cool. Oh, fuck, I'll do it again. There's plenty of them in the world anyway. Turn you to mush. Cool. I've got a few of these actually, so when we go back, we can unlock a few of those extra chests. Yeah, like his hands look fine, and yet you're mushing them every couple seconds. Gas or something. Yeah. Alright, okay. So we did that. Now right here, and there's the place, yeah, there's that, but I don't need that right now. Yeah, nothing. Okay, cool. To D. Has it? Oh fuck! I'll do this. Oh yeah, no, it has kept it. Okay, cool, awesome. Do you? Then here. I want to rotate you. And then there we go.
All set. The hoist is back online.
The hoist should save. And then I should do you.
Season in Tormentosa.
I've got quite a bit of money. Is this how many I can hold?
I
more. Fuck
the
it.
smell of silver.
Yeah, I'll do you. And then I will do the reload speed.
Until next time, chérie. I have the
How many
best prices,
pros do I
but
have?
just for you.
Should hold on. I don't really care about this one, so I should hold on to it. Get another one of these, then I can get one of these 3, one of these 4.
Did you just come to
Save
enjoy my
again.
company?
Onwards. Oh, actually, I haven't been back there, have I? No. Let's do that. Let's do that. No. Yep, we're good. We're G. G, stop. Okay. One shot? Don't mind if I diddly do. It's awesome. Yeah, I like that. If it's going to be one shot for at least those, I'm not sure if it's going to be a one shot for all of them. That's a good start. That is a great start. Yeah, right in the pump. Surely there's a better way to maybe that? Why does it have to be that? Why can't it be like the meaty part of your arm? Your forearm maybe? No, it's just bone, right? Maybe the actual meaty part underneath? So like you're doing that and it's that maybe? I don't know, why does it have to be the fucking palm? Doesn't make sense. I wonder if that noise is actually from above. Ado. Let's get out of here. It sounds very meaty up there. Just because I'm not sure if I'm going to need this again. More can't hurt. You've got a very soothing voice for stream, by the way. Feels great to have you up whilst doing stuff. T-Rex, thank you so much. I don't think I've ever been told that I've got a soothing voice. So that's really nice. Thanks. Am I there? Why am I going down? I feel like if anything,
You should have taken my offer
I should be going up. Hoist. Oh, it's a hoist. Right. Goes down.
Let me give you a little push.
Okay. Reactivate the hoist. Oh no, I just did that. Alright.
This whole mine could collapse any second.
I wonder if there's going to be anyone down here? Oh, yeah. I say that, and there's a bunch of things. One shot. Yeah, that is nice, actually. That is really nice. I do appreciate a good old one shot. I think it's doing 50 damage, if I remember correctly. I don't think my pistol's doing that, but it would be nice to be able to do enough damage with a pistol for it to be a one-shot. I would very much like that.
Hey, Mariano, get over here and bring the lantern.
What is it now? Is this another one of your pranks? I swear I'll knock your teeth in.
That.
No,
ooh.
seriously. Did you see that?
Looks like some kind of carvings. What do you think they mean?
No idea, but I bet anything this is what Mr. Hierro's been looking for these past weeks.
How far is this? Oh, okay.
Don't know, Mario.
Not very.
Got a bad...
Do you upgrade weapons at something akin to workbenches in this game, or do you just find new weapons? So there's a shop that kind of appears throughout, where you've got like a hub area in each level, I guess. And in that shop, you use it. So it's very similar if you've played or watched anything from Resident Evil 4 and Village. I don't think it's in 7. No, I don't think it is, but Resident Evil Village and 4 are the two that I'm thinking of that it's most like. So you've got a shop and you can buy more damage, reload. This is very boss shaped. This is very boss shaped. Yep. Everything is... Alright. Are you gonna burst out that one? I press the button, and then whatever happens. Of course. Oh, it's a... Okay. Okay. See, like this, I can't see. This one gave me basically a one shot, right? Turn around. I need face. Shit.
Magic is fading. I can use the lift now.
What's that? Yeah, okay. That wasn't that... It's a very typical boss fight, I think. I think I was expecting more from that. Almost seemed too easy compared to
I do not have all day. Move it, you rusty piece of junk.
the skill of having to dodge Dolores in previous areas. That seemed I'm sure we'll find out more, but it did almost seem out of place, and I'm not sure if that's because we haven't seen that type of enemy. And now I'm curious if we'll see more of those going forward as well.
This is how the story of the Hierro ends, huh?
It will not be in vain. Your blood will help seal the gate.
I just wanted my father to be proud of me.
A father is always proud of his son.
Hey, just make sure they do not forget my family's name.
He's dead. So he Alright, cool. That's another one.
Dolores only had eyes for him, and the sun in turn loved her above all creation. From their union came a miracle. The sun seeded Dolores' womb with his divine essence, making her the chosen one to bring their child into the world. Now their legacy would live on through the ages, and beneath Destiny's watchful gaze, the promise of a new dawn would be born. Hail the Messiah! Hail the Son of the Sun!
No, is that me?
An heir to
Am I the son of the sun?
No. It cannot be.
I got it working. Hang on. Gotta show you this. Ooh, exciting.
No.
You can get
Wait.
rid of me!
No, get back!
Is that how Dolores goes down? Oh no. You don't see a body. Okay, this way. You don't see a body. Not dead.
Where is he?
Ah, I can hear it in your voice.
Or is it?
You've seen it, haven't you?
Where's
Where
this guy
is the
then?
child? Tell me, now!
Oh, Captain Escudero, are you truly blind? He's been right under your nose from the very beginning.
The cathedral.
How does it feel to know your god sent you to hunt his own son?
My lord must have his reasons.
Keep telling yourself that, Captain. Though we both know you no longer believe it. Now then, would you like to hear the end of the story? I'll be waiting at Our Lady Dolores' tomb.
Need to.
But know this.
Need to
Once
suck
you
this pig.
cross that threshold, there's no turning back.
But I need to wait. So we've done that one. I think we've got three of 4 daggers. So we've got to do one more area. As far as I'm aware. And then we should have all the daggers, right? I think we need 4. Because we got one. And we got one last. Where are we going? Straight ahead. Huh. I've just been using 1, 2, and 3. I didn't realize this wheel was here. Yeah, so we got 1 dagger in the prologue, 1 in chapter 1, and then we just got that one. So I believe we need 4.
First Dolores, and now you kept her son from me? I thought we were a team.
We are, but remember what happened last time I tried to tell you something? You got all grumpy.
I spent my whole life believing the son was perfect. And now? I am not so sure anymore.
Perfect? Please. Life isn't perfect. So why should he be? What matters isn't
Weapon
shining
wheel
all the
unlocked.
time.
Congrats. Thanks, T.
Fighting to keep the flame alive.
You are a philosopher now.
I
Uncanny.
just haven't pressed that button. I haven't
promise
pressed Q. I
no
haven't
more
needed
secrets.
to.
I need to know the whole truth, no matter how much it hurts.
Now that you mention it, there is one little thing. So turns out. And that's what happened. Cap, you okay?
Yeah, I think so. It does not matter. You have no time to waste. Arroyo is waiting for me at the Tomb of Dolores.
Ugh, I hate that place. Way too many memories. You'll have to go through the Cemetery of the Drowned if you want to get there. Look for the gate to the Anchor District. And Cap, no matter what happens, we're in this together.
7 to 11. They haven't stayed. 13. Wait a second. What was this one over here? It's like 15 or something, isn't it? 8. No, I've got you. I sent you a 6-second clip to check out after stream. I'm very happy with it. Ooh. I will definitely check that out, Scots. Thank you.
With your
It's okay, I spent nearly
we'll
17
burn
hours
back
climbing the
the
mountain
sea.
and realized at 15-hour mechanic that could have saved me. Oh no. Oh no. It wasn't fast travel or something, was it? Or run? Or... I think this is probably the worst part of this trying to find, because you already unlock, or like you see all of these before, but they just don't stay. So like there's a bunch of them around, but I've got to run around again to find them. So not that one here. No. There's a spike that could be used in hard rolls, which I had from the 5-hour marking. Oh no. What's this one? No.
Sorry for
I
getting you
got
into
mine.
this mess.
That sounds
Weren't
terrible.
me. We'd be enjoying the games.
But
not glued
think
to
of the
this
experience,
bloody
though,
wall.
T-Rex. Think of the experience. I'm sure
Chosen
no
one.
one...
Give the games a try. Let's see if the sun is truly on your side.
Stop. 6 I don't
Don't
have.
need 8 arms to win. Just one solid smack to smash the
6
score.
I don't have. Gotta
Only
come
one
back
left.
through and do
I can't
those.
believe it.
Let's check up here. I've got you. It's okay, I was okay. I experienced the challenge of rock climbing. I learnt respect for the water of it. Well, that's good. That is good. I got 11. So much money as well from this.
Guide my path in this hour of
Nothing
darkness.
there.
As the shadows of the abyss close in.
So that's the way that I've got to go, I believe. No? Yeah, anchor. I thought it had the words here before. Maybe it didn't? I don't remember. I think this game is slowly gaslighting me. Like, I swear it had the names. I believe that's the way to go. I'm not... Until I interact with them, I'm not 100% sure.
Lived in this town my whole life.
Come on. Crack
What's
open a
that?
couple of Torinos.
Oh,
The sun's
7? I
smiling
have 7. That's the last one I have. So now, I
hit your head or
can...
something?
Got a crow on as well. I can upgrade, but I kind of want to do these last games up here and get tickets.
Now that's a punch, sailor. Here are your tickets.
Yeah. Okay with that.
Ready, set, go!
Son of a bitch, come on. Come on.
We have
Yeah, nice.
a winner! Come on, claim
Easy.
your tickets. Stronger
And
than
this
Russia
one's
from
the one that
flames
takes
and
the
earth.
most time.
Hurry! Douse the flames before it's too late.
Yep. Fuck, there's just so many. Yep. Yep. Okay, I think I've got it. I think we're good. As long as I don't go into the red with the water. Could be sweet. Okay. It's gonna be very close.
Blessed be the hero of Tormentosa. Please
Mine was
collect your
almost over.
prize.
Okay, cool. So now I have enough for
Prizes for
the
everyone.
last two. I
Bring your
believe.
tickets and pick your reward.
Is this one? 700. Cool. You. And you. I believe that's all of them. Unlocked, 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 unlocked. Perfect. Wait. 14. I thought it was 11. I was like, I already did 11.
Eternal light for the chosen one.
So is it going to be some twist that I'm the son? And I've got to kill myself? Or like choose between killing me or killing or ending the sun? So how much damage is it? 50. Okay, so I'm never going to be able to... So 3 shots from the pistol rather than 4 currently. That's a lot of coins. I think I could probably spend it on these smaller ones now. I'm getting to the thousands now. This one's not. So if I do you, and then I really only have enough for one more. I think I might go damage for the shotgun. There's one more weapon that I haven't got, and I...
Good choice. May
Be
fortune
cool if it was a
smile
sword,
upon you.
or rocket launcher. I'd be okay with that. Rocket launcher I'd be fine with. I don't need to sharpen. However, I have got 9 cans. 9 gasoline cans. I probably should use my knife a bit more.
Sharper than ever.
Alright, so... we are thinking... over here. There's one Solari brooch somewhere? Where's the dead body? Maybe it's up. There'll be a dead body somewhere.
When I was a kid,
No,
the
shut up.
carousel felt like the most magical thing in the world.
I don't care. Okay. No. So there is a body somewhere. Maybe I just don't have it yet. Or...
Come on then, lift it.
Oh, I haven't got the... notice to say I'm in chapter 3. I thought it was going to be each area was its own chapter, but... this is cool. This is cool. I wonder if we're going to see some real cool fish. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in chapter 3 now. Cool. Okay. Oh. We're taking the boat. Fuck, I'm going really
my
slow.
children. The hour is at hand. The promised prince shall soon rise from the depths to bring an end.
Daniel. Daniel. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Daniel. Gotta put music on now? No, let's do that. Oh, all right. I gotta go from the top. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Scotchy. How you doing? Mandy. Hello, Jantha. Hello, Daniel. You're looking good, I'm sure. Zach. Hello. Welcome on in. Taters. Nice to see you. Don't Martin me, Daniel. How's your stream? I saw you were playing the English comedy game. I forget what it's called, but I finished it ages ago. I loved it. What were your thoughts? Did you like it? Hello, Type Fast. Welcome on in. Grim, how you doing? He prefers Dante these days. What happened to Gerd? What happened to Gerd, Scotchy? Is he moved? Is he past that and he's now Dante? Ginge, how you doing? Welcome on in. Mandy, stop it. You're a top shelf cutie. Stop it. Griffin, hello again. Dan, stream's going well. Stream's going well. I did want to play Reanimal tonight. However, Sass called me a loser because I was behind her in the game. And she's played 6 hours more than me. And she was slightly ahead. Anyway, in the 3 hours I'm into the next chapter. So who's the loser now, Sass? Yeah. Gotcha. Thank goodness you're here. That's the game. Yes, I loved it. I really enjoyed it. The humor in it's just top tier. It was very good. Thank you so much. No, Dan, thank you so much. I want another so bad. Scotch, what do you want another so bad? What do you want? What do you want? I like that it's fucking funny as shit. Honestly, man, it really is. Oh, look, Scotchy's on one. Dan, aren't you on one? We've all been on one today. All of us. All of us. We've all been on one. Forgetting us on his way up. Dan, who? Is Scotch? Scotch is forgetting us, or who? Who's forgetting us, Dan? He shifts as his insulation is worn down to skin. Oh fuck! I'm busting to play Reanimal. Jantha, I'm super excited. I'm so excited for it. Yeah. I do recall hearing Marty a lot today. Yeah, Sass was asking me questions about things that I haven't reached yet, and I was like, I'm not up to there yet. I'm not there. It's like, oh, help me with the puzzle. Sass, I'm not there yet. So now I'm past it. I've finished chapter 2. I'm into chapter 3 now. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. There was a bit of a silly boss fight in the last one that felt out of place, but yeah, Sass was always the loser. Scotch, I know, right? Another game from those devs. Oh, okay. Apparently all week. Dan, everyone's been on one all week, and it's only Tuesday. Mandy, you have been perfectly well behaved. I think you have been the most well behaved out of everyone, which I don't know. I don't know what that means. What is behaved? I don't know, Jantha. I gotta go to bed. Night, friends. Taters, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. Everyone say night to Taters if you haven't already. What do you think overall? I like the concept, but the theme visual is not my thing. Of Crisol the Risol. Yeah, look, I'm not really paying much attention to. Yeah, I am enjoying the visuals. I'm enjoying the game, the gunplay, and I think that's because you've got to be precise, and I don't remember any game that really requires you to be precise, because the legs are real thin, the arms are real thin. And I do like how you can completely destroy the torso of one of these mannequins and the legs still move. However, and I do like the Resident Evil inspired elements and the Absorb Bioshock kind of vibe. It's not amazing, but I think for an indie team of, I think it was, I think Scott said the other day there was 18 people that made this. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good for 18 people. And the size of it's just massive too. I know Emma Elixaria, for those unaware, she has played 9 hours in the first chapter because she was just searching every nook and cranny everywhere. So I think it's got that going for it. But yes, no, I as a general game, I'm enjoying it, but I probably wouldn't. A lot of it's just reminding me to play Resident Evil again. So there's that. I got banned the other day. I'm off my rocker. Haters, if you're still here, I saw you got accidentally banned, and I think whoever did that, they were off their rocker. Don't tell Fishy. I think Fishy did it, right? Crisol. Something like that, yeah. Oh shit, that's amazing effort. Yeah, for 18 people, it's pretty good. The voice acting, I think, is, well, from the main character is but yeah. She always does that. Very much completionist. Yeah, Emma loves to be completionist in her games. Yeah, I think it was Fish Lips. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Fish Lips. But the main character sounds like he's trying too hard to be Elias. Okay, I don't know who that is, Scott. But there are moments where I feel like he's trying to also be the voice actor of Alan Wake. And there's moments where he speaks, I'm like, oh, that just sounds like Alan Wake. And then all of a sudden, he's got an accent. I'm like, oh, it's not Alan Wake anymore. So it was fishy. He was mortified. I was amused. Adam Jensen for, oh, yes. Okay, I'm very aware. Very aware of that, Scots. Yeah, I can see it. Yep. We all were, to be honest. Yeah. Alan Fake, am I right? All right, Dan. All right. Dan, thank you so much for raiding. Obviously, if you need to, raiders and Dan, if you need to look after yourselves and raid and run, do that. If you're wanting to play a bit of Crisol, and you don't want any spoilers, also get out of here. But yes, we are a bit further in. I put some new art in your Discord, by the way, Dan. Oh. Why did you need a bracketed S there, Dan? What the hell are you doing? I wasn't able to do it before you finished up. I'll be checking that out later. Also, what the fuck? Ed Sheeran, get out of here. Get out of here, Ed Sheeran. No, we're going to jump in. We're going to jump in the game. Old man falling down. Good nights, good people. Enjoy the night's farewell. Good night, Grim. Everyone say night to Grim. Thank you for coming along. Appreciate you. And yeah, we'll see you around. No Grom. Okay, Dan, I was gonna. Do you have lightning flashing where you are, Marty? Zach, no, that was me hovering over my music app for too long, and then my wallpaper showed, and it looks like there's lightning. There's no lightning. Thank you for the 5 stream streak and the fart. Thank you, Grim. Thank you. Yeah, I no, Zach, it always happens. See, I'll do it again. It's not good. It's not good. I hate doing it. Hate it. But at the moment, I can't stop it. Pondering my orb. Dude, that emote. Oh, so good, Dan. Oh, we should. Yeah, no, it's just the Windows wallpaper. When it's a darker wallpaper, it's generally fine. It doesn't really blind me as much. However, it's not a dark wallpaper at the moment. It is a very bright landscape of a field in the daytime, so it is very much a flashbang. Yes, no, as I said before, if you need a raid and run, get out of here. If you're going to play some Crisol or Croissant, also get out of here. We are on chapter 3, so we're quite a distance into the game. But yeah, we're going to jump in. I don't know why it would matter if it was a wallpaper with ducks. No, darker wallpaper. Darker. Mad Hatton, thank you for following. Thank you for following. I hope you're doing well. Zach, it matters. Look, if it was ducks, there's a good chance that the wallpaper would be super bright and I would be blinded too. I would be blinded. Type fast, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Is picture of a sword in a field? No, it's just a field with wall. With a wall? With a couple walls. I don't know. No one solicited duck pics. No. If you're gonna send ducks, as in DUCK pics, duck pics, send them over to Bella. Send them over to Bella. Bella loves ducks. Ducks. The animal. Nothing else. Don't send anything else. Just ducks. To Bella. It's Chaos Bella. Send her ducks. That is all. I'm late for the raid, but I was lurking. I can explain. No, Mad Hatton, you don't need to explain anything. Thank you, Danger Dan, for the hydrate. I've got some orange juice. Some orange juice today. No water. If it was ducks, I would want to know what breed of ducks. Yep. Yellow? Brown. Brown or yellow? I don't know. Griffin 99. Everyone say night to Griffin. Catch you later. Thank you for chilling out and joining tonight. Appreciate you. Okay, Arc Raider. Mad Hatton, were you playing some Arc Raiders? Dan, we need to play more. We need to play more. I haven't touched it since we last played. Because I miss you. We need to play together, Dan. You never play with me anymore, Dan. You never play with me anymore. Ever since your new fandangled kitty cat, you never play with me anymore. We never do things. Don't give me Moria last night. I know you're just about to type it. We didn't play no Moria. That wasn't me. That wasn't you. I was busy being accused of using a voice changer in Arc Raider. Really? Were you using a voice changer? But also, who cares if you're using a voice changer? Who cares? That's a Joan of Arc reference. Oh. You don't have Seribot, so can't do duck pick. No, I don't have Seribot. No. Well, there's no women's on the interwebs. I don't know any breeds of duck, so I will accept those as the only two that exist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's either yellow or brown. There is nothing else. Please don't look it up. I have no idea. No, we don't. We played fucking Mario last night. Fuck, I knew you were going to say it. Yeah, but we do need to play more. We do need to play more. Now, dude, I just saw today there was a Pew study that found that 12% of Americans believe Noah of Noah's Ark is married to Joan of Arc. Okay. And we never get nothing from Dan? Yeah. Nothing. Nothing from Dan. If I could slam my desk, oh boy, I would be slamming my desks with my little fisties. I can't. How do you better than this? At the biggest troll. Okay, FP. Muscovy ducks, Indian runner ducks, mollards, lots of ducks. Are they all brown or yellow? Don't fact check me, but they're either going to be brown or yellow. I wasn't using a voice changer, but they seemed to think I was trying to trick them by posing as a lady and shot me dead twice. Thankfully, there was a lovely raider out who defended my honor. Perfect. Wild. Oh, wait, it's because you were just talking and women's can't be playing games over the internet. So you had to be not a woman. Of course. That's all making sense. No waking Zuna. No, I think she might be watching something. But knowing her, she's probably fallen asleep. No, don't tag her. Don't tag Zuna. Stop it, Dan. You're all brown and yellow. Whoa, Zach. Whoa. Honestly, I should know more ducks because I watch Dash Ducks. Is that like dash cams? Dash cam, but for ducks? Did ducks have little cameras on them and they just like run around crashing into each other? Yellow ducks are ducklings. Ha! Rest my case. Yellow and brown ducks. Dash ducks is amazing. Okay, well that's a thing. Okay. Yeah, I was like, hello friends, and he was like, nah bro, don't trust this one. They're using a voice changer, they killed me last match, I swear. Because there's only one woman on the internet that plays games, Manhattan. Every woman sounds the same clearly. No, that's 24/7 duck pond with a bunch of different cams and 4 cams available at any time. That sounds very exciting. Does Bella know about this? I feel like Bella should know about this. Someone needs to tell Bella about this. Now, the next time it happens, put on a voice changer to make yourself sound like a dude and say, yeah, bro, you got me. This is why I don't use... Yeah, I don't really voice chat on games, but I don't know why people get real up in arms about women playing games. Just let people enjoy games. You know? Doesn't matter. If they're shit, they're shit. Call them out on it. But if they're good, you know, they're good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I assume she knows about it, but maybe she doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. Okay. Well, after all of... I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? Type fast.
To his father's tyrannical reign. For centuries,
yeah, it is shit that this still happens in 2026.
Blinding the weak of spirit, but today we shall set them free.
It's stupid.
The sea does
Damn.
not forget.
Stop it.
But the sea forgives. Offer your lives, your very souls if need be.
Thank you for the hydrate, Daniel.
Returns to reclaim his throne.
My boat's going real slow at the moment. You make this man spontaneous failure from OJ overdose. Yeah, that or I'm gonna piss myself. I don't really want to do either. Neither of them sound that fun. At all. Hurry up, boat. It's going faster in that moat than it is here. I don't know what I'm... Yeah, there's... I've just got a... slow boat. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm going so slow. How am I driving? How am I driving? I thought it would have been oars on either side, but it sounds like there's an electric motor on the back, but these boats don't have. Yeah, they don't have it. Row your boat gently down the stream. Yeah, I don't even know what's happening. Fuck, was I meant to... Very gently. Yeah. Oh, speeding up. I'm speeding up. Or I'm... Nope, going the same speed, actually. It just felt like I was going quicker. Thank you, Type Fast. Appreciate it. God damn it. I don't have any more OJ, so I'm gonna have to fix that. The worst fucking boat ride. Oh no, there is one. Why does this boat have one, but the rest don't? Okay. Okay. Sure. Nothing else in here. Thanks, Zach, for checking in. I hope everyone's doing well today. Tonight.
Arroyo,
Okay.
you have no escape. Do not expect mercy, you raving lunatic.
Captain Escudero, at last we meet face to face.
And my face will be the last thing you ever see. You will
Just shoot him.
answer for all of your transgressions.
Just shoot
Are
him.
you the son's assassin free of sin? I thought not. Deep down, we're not so different.
Do not fool yourself, priest. I am trying to save the world, not destroy it.
You're no hero, Gabriel, and I'm not the villain you'd like me to be. They've been deceiving you from the very beginning.
Kill him. There's no time. His blood. We need his blood.
Shut up! Stop trying to poison my mind.
Now what should I do with these meatballs? Yeah, at the moment, you can't do anything, but I think Lily gave me an idea a couple nights ago that maybe you could try eating one, reaching into your pocket and eating one. So I've got to set that up. I've just got to figure out a fun way for that to happen. But soon, you'll be able to maybe eat them.
What are you waiting for?
Yes.
Do it!
Shit, I reckon I'll need to go to the office tomorrow if they broke in overnight. Oh, dude, that sucks. So hopefully they don't break in.
Always be a slave.
Fuck, why did you...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and now we gotta sort that out. You're a fucking idiot. Oh, fuck off.
Cap, did you catch the priest?
More or less.
More or less? That sounds a lot like I majorly screwed up.
I took him down, but his legacy sank with the tomb of Dolores.
Por los rayos del sol. Then jump in and fish it out.
I do not think that is a good idea.
It's just a dip. No one ever died from getting a little wet.
You do not get it.
You're killing me here, Cap. Just spit it out.
I cannot swim, all right? Just thinking about it terrifies me. Go ahead, laugh if you must.
Laugh? No way! Want to hear a little secret? I'm terrified of water, too.
Turns out we might have more in common than I thought.
See? The universe wants us to be besties. Now, care to trust one of my brilliant, totally not made up on the spot hunches?
I trust you.
Find Arroyo's admirals in the Tower of Judgment. They used to guard the tomb. If anyone's got the scoop on draining that thing, it's those guys.
I doubt they will help me with
draining that thing. Oh, alright. What have I missed in chat? What have I missed? I tried and need to sleep, but I also want to keep drawing. First world problems. Jantha, sometimes putting the pencil, stylus, brain down, and sleeping might be the best course of action. Then other times, it's not. So really, I don't know what to help you with here. Oh no, yeah, you work, yeah. Yep. Dan, right, my beloved Martin, I must bid you adieu. The land of Nod is calling me, and I yearn for dreams of clouds and kittens. Good night, Dan. Thank you for rating. I appreciate and adore you. Everyone say night to Dan. If you're obviously not following Dan, do that. He's got a more majestic beard than I, and he's a top dude. Dan, I expect to see you back here in 30 minutes because you always do this. You always say, I'm going to bed. And then you come back and you're like, I'm not going to bed. I'm awake. So, but no, I'll catch you later, man. Thank you so much for raiding in. And yeah, I hope you have a nice sleep. Get out of here. You know what? Dan's got the right idea. Might have to duck out for sleepy soon too. Mad Hatton, thank you so much as well for lurking and for dropping by as well. I appreciate you. So everyone say night to Mad Hatton as well. And yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Eat my ass, Dan. Stop it. Stop. You go to bed, turn off computer, then you turn on phone in bed. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure that's what Dan's been doing anyway. So take care. I'll still be lurking. Computer stays on while I sleep. You're amazing. You're amazing. Good luck actually sleeping, Hatton. Yeah, well. Alright, cool. Where are we going? What are we doing? The Tomb of Doodles. Dolores. Ah, okay, well. That makes me believe. Twos. Hello. Hello, Twos. I just got back in the game. Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh my god, now I've got to put the music back on. Oh my god. Oh, hello, Twos. Hello. Oh my god. How's your stream? What were you playing? I didn't actually see what you were doing. I was lurking, I believe. I should have been. Twos, yeah, welcome in. Golden, welcome in. Bean Boy, hello, hello. Yeah, wow. Jesus, yeah. What were you playing tonight? What were you playing? Is Dan still here? I don't believe so. Type fast. Bean Boy, thank you for the follow. Oh, how exciting. Talia, yes. Oh, I did see. Yes, I saw you put up a Instagram post. My new obsession right now. Is it good? I've seen a few things, and I think I dropped into a stream of yours last week, and you were playing it, and I couldn't watch too much, but it looked cozy. It looked cutesy. I think is that the one I'm thinking of? But no, I'm glad you're really enjoying it. Yeah, wow. Thank you so much for raiding in. Obviously, if you need to raid and run, completely get it. It's rather late at the moment. Yeah, wow. And I just got back in the game as well. I'm having fun. Cozy cutesy building. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. I thought that was the one. Yeah, I've seen a couple things and it looks cool. Looks interesting. I might have to check that out at one point. Are you planning to play Crisol at all? The new Blumhouse game? I only ask because if I jump back in, I don't want you. I'd rather you not get spoiled because I know you kind of jump around playing different games between the two of you. And I don't want to spoil anything for either of you, really. So, if you do plan on playing it, I'm a bit into the game. So yeah, I'd rather not spoil that for you as well. When you say cutesy, are you meaning the game or Toozy themselves? Ah. Bean Boy, yeah, bit of column A, bit of column B. I've never actually seen it. Is it good? Yes. So it's an indie game. It's an indie game. And yeah, published by Blumhouse. It's inspired by a bit of BioShock and Resi Evil. Oh my god. Oh my god, Shads. Shads, what the hell? I just got raided by twos. What are you doing? What are you doing, Shads? Welcome in. Oh my god. Strawberry, Stacy, Banana, thank you for the follow. Hello, Roxy, Shads, Quarantine Date Raid. Were you playing Quarantine, the new game? Hello, Ashley. Hello, Strawberry. Hello, Stacy. Teddy, welcome on in. Kekti? JKekT? Let me know what you prefer to be called, but welcome on in. Shads came in from the Toozy raid too. God, I think Tooz came in with you. Who knows? All the raids. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you all. Oh man, Shads, thank you so much for dropping by. If you if you need to raid and run, do that. Same with you twos. Obviously, you guys were streaming for a while. Um, yeah, welcome on in. Butterfly, thank you for the follow. I'm so excited for this game. How do you like it? Yes, so that's what I was just doing, just as Shads jumped on in. So I was explaining to Twos what the game was. So it's inspired by sounds of it, inspired by kind of Bioshock and Res Evil. There's a lot of inspiration from those, but it's also kind of like a mannequin-y doll kind of vibe as well. It's really cool. There are a few aspects where I'm kind of like on, but overall, if you like the trailer, I reckon you probably like the game. It's not so much scary. I'm not finding it a horror. It's more, and I think that's where it's coming from, the Bioshock side. Well, Bioshock's rather scary actually, or has moments. Probably more like Infinite, Bioshock Infinite, I'd say, where it has moments of maybe jump scares. Twos, what are you doing subscribing? You don't need to do that. Get out of here. Thank you so much. You really don't need to. But I appreciate it, but you don't need to. You guys are amazing. Coming in. But yeah, no, it definitely gives Bioshock Infinite vibes. And yeah, mixed with inspired in moments of inspiration from Res Evil. So if anyone wants to play it, and you don't want spoilers, feel free to get out of here, to raid and run, because I'd rather not spoil anything for anyone. Twos, what are you doing gifting subs? Thanks for gifting a sub to Shads. Again, you really don't need to. You really don't. I'm so far behind in chat. I will be shortly. I didn't realize how late it got. Yeah, it's about 12:30 for you now, Shads. Have you got work tomorrow? If you've got work, get out of here, man. Get out of here. But no, I appreciate you choosing me to raid, man. I know you 6 a.m. Sorry, I saw Jesus. Yeah, get out of here. She'll be right. How are you doing? Playing some more games or just chatting? Yeah, the plan was to play a little bit of more games. And I got back into games, and then Twos raided in, and then Shads. There's just so many raids. But no, I do plan on playing a little bit more. Yeah. Meds. Yeah, meds. Shads, if you need meds. Have your meds. I've heard amazing things about this game. Yes, I think it was a team of 18. I think, Scott's, if you're here, I think you told me 18. I can't remember. Small team. Amazing. Very big. Very big. Look at all these cuties. Mandy, there's so many cuties here. Okay, I do this first. Be right back. Let me take my meds. Yes. Meds. Yeah, I better head off. I have a very early alarm. Have a great stream, and we'll see you soon. Twos, thank you so much. If you're not already following Twos, they are a lovely couple. They play a variety of games between the two of them. Shoot them a follow. They're amazing. I couldn't recommend them any. They're amazing. Check them out. Same with Shads. If you're not already following Shads, follow Shads. Yeah, everyone say night to Twos as well. Everyone say night to Twos. I'm here. Hey, Lily, you can't sleep? Oh, no, that's the worst. That's perfect. Yeah, Strawberry, if you like the trailer and you like the vibes of it, and I reckon if you like Bioshock Infinite and the not scary parts of the Resident Evil games, I reckon you'll like this. I reckon you'll like it. I'm still kind of catching up. I'm gonna go Loki. Yes. Keep tab. Strawberry, lovely to meet you. Thank you for coming on in. Lurk away. But if anyone, as I said, if you're gonna really play this game, if you're gonna play Crisol, I think that's how you pronounce it. Feel free to lurk or just get out of here. I don't want to spoil this for anyone. So 18 or 19. Yeah, it's a small team. Actually, thank you for checking in as well. Welcome. Have a soggy meatball in your pocket. Scott, so you got to be up at 6 too. What time is it? What time? It's what 12:30 as well for you, right? Get to sleep. Out to Med and Nap will lurk though. Roxy, thank you so much as well for coming by and coming with the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you for following as well. Yeah, everyone say night to Rox as well. And don't, if anyone, don't forget to take your meds. But yeah, Shads, how did you were playing the new Quarantine game? What are your thoughts on it? Are you liking it? Have you finished Cyberpunk? Is that why you weren't playing Cyberpunk today? Or you finished Cyberpunk? What's the go? I know you're really into Cyberpunk at the moment, so I'm assuming you finished it and you're jumping onto something else. I don't know, Shads. I wasn't. Twos, okay, I swear I'm going now. Bye. Good night, Twos. Thank you so much for everything. Salty you, Queen. 100% Shads. Solid king and queen duo right there. Oh man, love me some Teddy Swims. I got his CD. I've tried everything but therapy. Ooh, so I don't know. Yeah, I just put on a playlist, and yeah, these are a bunch of songs I've never heard. So this is the first time I believe I have heard of Teddy Swims, and it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. And I'm good for another half hour. I'm busy setting up AI perception. Oh, you're doing some dev stuff. Very cool. I will be checking out what you sent me later on. I started on Planet of Lana 2 demo dungeons. Oh yes, no, I did see you were playing Dungeons and Dining Tables. Yes. I did see that. And then checked out Quarantine Zone. Ooh, so tell me. Planet of Lana 2, good, bad. Thoughts? Dungeons and Dining Tables, good, bad thoughts. And then Quarantine Zone, an Aussie-made game. What are your thoughts on that as well? Roxy, thank you for checking in. Cyberpunk 2077 was so much more than I expected. I thought it would just be pew, pew, pew. But it was pew, pew, cry, pew, pew, and more cry. 100%, Shads, 100%. It's such a huge game. I know you were playing the DLC. Have you finished the main story? And have you finished the demo? Or are you not the demo, the DLC, or are you still kind of traveling along through those as well? I've been trying to get more CDs to rip to my PC because I have a CD-ROM. Oh, I used to have a CD-ROM, and then I changed PC case, and then I changed to another PC case, and now I don't have a CD-ROM. So, Dan, go to sleep. What are you doing here? I told you this is exactly what's going to happen. You would say, "Good night, I'm going to sleep," and then not even half an hour later, "Oh, I'm back. What up, gamers? Get out of here." Planet of Land 2 I'll be getting. I love the first one so much. Very exciting. Wait, Qzone is Australian? Yeah, no, it is. It was, I didn't think it was, but it was in one of the, I believe it was in one of the Australian fests on Steam. I think it was the one in November, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong, but I'm 90% sure it's Australian. And it's a pretty good game as well. There's a lot to it. Dungeons and Dining Tables, I'll most likely get to. I met the devs and they were super lovely. Ooh, I'll have to check that one out. I did the main story and DLC of Cyberpunk, 148 hours in total on the game, I think. Wow, I still haven't finished the story. And I've got, I think, more hours than that, and I haven't finished the story, and I haven't finished the DLC. It's a huge game. It was super cute. That's awesome. In my Be Quiet 901 Dark Pro, I added a CD-ROM. Beautiful. I need more. You need moisture. Dan, do I need moisture? God damn it, you hydrated. I don't have... I got to get a drink, but I've also got to keep on talking, Dan. Let me catch up with chat, and then I'll hydrate. You can't redeem hydrate twice, Dan. Get out of here. I can't. I got the post-stream zoomies, Dan. Them post-stream zoomies will get you. I want to be a zombie in Qzone. there's so much they can do to that as well. I'm excited to see where they take that, if they're gonna do DLCs or if they're gonna what they're gonna do. Same, well, finish. No, I do need to finish Shads. I do. I really do. Once you see Hanako, it's like all over so fast. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while. I think I'm out for the main story. I believe I'm almost at the end for the main story. I think I'm at a plaza. And I've got to go into a building, and in my head it's the last mission, but I could be very wrong. Could be very wrong. That's such a thing. I get that too. Okay, double it. Sorry. So sorry about Marty, chat. He gets like this. Dan, no I don't. You get like this. Chat, I'm so sorry for Dan's behavior. He gets like this. He's on one. After a relaxed week on chill games, I'll be doing Dispatch. Shads, I think you will love Dispatch. Dispatch is great. It's awesome. It's amazing. It's funny. Especially if you like the Telltale games, you will love Dispatch. I'm not saying anything. Menacing Marty helped. Dan, stop it. Get out of here. Yeah, Hanako at Embers Plaza. Yes, Embers Plaza is what I'm at. Yes. Okay. I need to finish. Marty's on one tonight. Daniel. Danger Daniel, 86. How dare you? I don't know a damn thing about Dispatch. Yeah, you're going to love it, man. You're going to love it. Yeah, Dispatch is fantastic. Yeah, I love Telltale. Yeah, you're going to... Okay, I'm all caught up now. You're going to love Dispatch. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get a drink so I can hydrate from Dan's spamming hydrate, and then we'll jump back into the game. BRB. Mandy, you can't all held the chair and I'm back. I was gone, and then I came back within 2 seconds. So, no chair stream. No chair stream. Dan, I rewatched your stream and I saw that last bird you got. I missed it fly away. Oh, in the game? Yeah, okay. I read that as Jesus, and I thought, wow, he really does have strong following. Dispatch is a very Shads game. 100%. It's great. Shads, you'll love it. Yeah, Mandy, Dan's on one. He's not sleeping. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Oh god, here we go. Zinky Zoo. Yeah, okay. Yorp? Stop. Okay, we're gonna jump back in the game before it gets too late here and then I can't play any game. So we're gonna stop that. Okay, pause. Game. Game. There we go. All right. All right, cool. Bogo's binted. Mandy, don't you start. Don't you start. All right, where are we going? Other side. I can't believe I was getting both of that from you and Fish, Dan. I think Fish sent it to me, and then I think you sent it to me. Okay, can't do anything with you yet, I don't think. Maybe you? No. No. Okay. Ruby. Right, there's a lot of paintings, so... oh, he's like a cat after a poo. 100%. Sorry, there's tiramisu on my hands. Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. So let's go right. Let's just go around. We needed a third. Then, as in we needed it? Oh, more boat. I don't care about the boat. The Expanse is the same as the show in the space. Yeah. Yeah, Zuna loves the Expanse. So I got her the... I'm meant to go upstream? Or I'm meant to go this way? Fuck it, I'll go this way. I'm gonna do some stretches for a few minutes, keep lurking, wind down, and the veg out. Ashley, thank you so much as well for joining in the raid and chilling out. I'm not sure if you're going to the sleepies or anything, but if you are, everyone say night to Ashley. And yeah, I appreciate you coming by as well. When the house gets quiet, I turn into a raccoon. Mandy the raccoon. I could see it. I could see it. It gives off a vibe. The Expanse Telltale games are based off of the universe. Not sleepies just yet. Okay, no one say night to Ashley just yet. Don't say night to Ashley. Don't. Based off the universe, but I think run in tandem. I never played it though. I was hyped for its release. The Expanse TV show is based off of the books with slightly different ending. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think it was the DLC to the Telltale game. I think Zuna wasn't too fond of. But the base game I think she really liked. Dan, if Dan highly recommends the books, I would stay clear. Don't do it. He's on one tonight. Who knows what he's trying to recommend. I wanted to read the books, but I rarely finish books. And to get to the final book and stop before the end. Expanse is so good. Everyone's talking about the Expanse. What, Dan? Am I wrong? Oh, shit. Am I wrong, Dan? Getting input from NASA peeps for realistic space gameplay. Isn't there a new one? Don't do that. Oh, fuck is happening? Why am I getting... There's two of these? Rude. Isn't there a new Expanse game coming out? Dan, absolutely on one tonight. Yes, that's it. Osiris Reborn. So we're kind of keeping an eye out for that. Hoping that it's going to be good. Yeah, the new Expanse game is made by the devs of Rogue Trader. Ooh, very exciting. Yeah, I tried playing Rogue Trader a little bit. I think I tried playing it on the Steam Deck. But it felt really weird, so I stopped. But I need to play it on the computer. Alright. Missed. Wild times. Wow. Owlcat Games, they also made the Pathfinder Kingmaker. Yeah, okay, I haven't really played those. I have high hopes for it, but I've been let down enough. Yeah. I think that's why... Wait. That's why I'm kind of unsure about it.
I need to reload.
Fuck. I'm not doing too well at the moment. Need to get back into Rogue. It's super vibey, but the combat takes a bit of getting used to. Yeah, I think it's very XCOM with innovation. Man, I loved XCOM 2. Okay. I'm actually going to sleep now. Have a good night, everyone. Dan, I hope you do sleep and you don't just come back in about 10 minutes time and go, "What's up, gamers?" Get some sleep. Okay, bud? Everyone say night again to Dan if you haven't already. If you've already said night to Dan, don't worry about it. He doesn't deserve a second one. Yeah, Zach, he came in for a second to harass everyone, and then he's going again. Coming, we can cuddle. Alright. Yeah, there's nothing else in this room. I hear bird. Bro. Hey, hey. Is there a reason why there's so many people here? Jesus. Dead. Holy smokes. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I'm not doing amazing here. I've gone through a bit of ammo. Yeah, if anyone's wanting to play this, it's not so much scary at all. I think there are moments where it can be a bit, you know, spooky and creepy, but I wouldn't say it's a horror game. And I think it was kind of marketed as a horror game. Obviously, under Blumhouse, you're kind of expecting some horror aspects, right? Okay, we got dead. You. He's outside. Get him. I'm trying, Ashley. I'm trying. This way. Do I see bird? No. Neato. One Arm Bandit, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay, if I drop you... Okay, I've got to. There's nothing else I can do, because I can't do you yet, can I? No. Out of curiosity, the orange orbs that flow into you, are those a currency or small bits of blood to refill you a bit? No, I think they are for when you upgrade. Oh, that was it. Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think that when you upgrade, you use those. So if I... Here, I think they used a skill. Yeah. So when you want to upgrade a skill, you use that. Yeah. I'll sneak into a lurk and get rest now too. Don't stay up too late. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on this game when you are further in. Shads, of course, man. Of course. Everyone, yeah, if you're not following Shads, please do. He's amazing. Shads, again, thank you so much for rating in. Yeah, you didn't need to, but I appreciate you so much for choosing me. But yeah, no, we'll catch up hopefully soon. Definitely at PAX. But yeah, we'll have to hang out. But no, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Anyway, good night. Get some sleepies and have fun waking up at 6 AM. Oh, ridiculous. And yeah, if you haven't said night to Shads already, please do. Please do. Cool. Okay. Oh, actually, can I go in here? Can. And I can go. Hello? Where were you hiding? He was just hiding out of nowhere. I really thought there would be like a secret to shoot somewhere. I mean, apart from the little doll thing there, but... Okay. Yeah, alright. Over we go. Over we go. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Shads. You really don't need to play. But I hope you have a good sleep. I hope you have a good sleep. You can absorb the little piggy. Wait, can I go... Wait, was there another part that I could have shot? Oh, yes, no, I don't think I can go down there just yet. Maybe. Actually didn't try. I don't think. Let me have a gander. Maybe I can't get down there. No, okay. So I need... Am I looking at the wrong part? Oh, I thought I was down here. I am not. Okay, this takes me back to that main area. Okay. Gotcha. It's all... Oh, I gotta reload. Okay. Thank you, Type Fast. I appreciate it. Okay, so... Oh, actually, I wonder if I can go back and do that now that I have that wheel. It might be unrelated, actually, but what I just try while I'm here. No, okay, so it's something specific. Okie dokie. Did I? Oh, yeah. So where does that... Why is there one over here? That takes me underneath, but there's not really anything there. Oh, there's a map ahead. Should have just taken that before. Okay, now we're talking. So we've got a few... Okay, let's go back down to ground level, thank you. Oh, there is. Okay, yep. Yep. And then we could boat there as well. Right. Tomb of Dolores. Okay. Tower of Judgment. These maps are massive. This one's a big one, actually. There's so much to it. But let's just... I think I got everywhere here, didn't I? Except for there. Which I'm not too fussed about, but I couldn't make it up there yet. So I feel like that's going to be a later thing. That seems something. No, okay. Let's go left, actually. Let's go down this way. We've got another door here. So there'll be a new tool at some point to open that. Okay, right. So I've got to get the boat, and then I can get into there. Right, okay. So I've got to go that way anyway. That's fine. That's fine. I will just check up this way, actually, before I go anywhere.
Something must be blocking it.
Okay. Oh, I won't. So to do you, I can get in and out there. When light consumes all shadow, the path to truth will be revealed. Okay, so that'll be something for a puzzle of some sorts. I'll absorb the little chicken. Okay, dokie. I didn't actually hit me. I thought he did, but it was the essence. Anything in here? Money. No. Yes, I'm getting very Resident Evil 4 vibes from here. So we can't open that one. I've been upstairs. I've been down this. I've got to take the boat up the other way, actually. That's why. I'm not sure if the boat resets either. And if it doesn't... If it doesn't, does that mean I've got to go all the way back? To where it was, and then drive it, turn it around somehow, and then... It's painful. There was some thingies to absorb in here, which I will do. Perfecto. And then... No. Yeah? Yes. Yep, that makes sense. Yep, that's how I came in. Now be sad if I can't turn the boat around. Actually, I might be able to get this, this crow too. What did I do in here? Yeah, I did. No. Oh, there's a way here, actually, which I completely missed.
I'm sure that witch will appreciate it.
Oh. Easy. Now I've got to turn around. Slowly turn around. Back this way. Obviously, it's not meant to be the fastest boat. Come on. I don't think I can go left yet, can I? Or am I struggling here because I'm going against stream? You know, I can't do that just yet. So I gotta go to this. Nope, not you. Not keep on going. Keeping on, keeping on. Such a slow boat. Surely there's got to be ways to... a way to speed it up. Surely. Yeah. Okay, and I can't get through that one yet. Alright. Almost forgot about being able to do that, because I haven't had to. Oh. Good, 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 good. Cool. Oh wait, is this... Oh, is that really it? Is that really it? So I can't... I went that way just to get a couple items. So I can't go through there yet. Now I've got to turn the boat around and get to the middle point. Oh my god. Come on. Turn, 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 turn. And off we go. So slow. Come on. Are we there yet? T-Rex, I don't know. Yeah, the boat is slow. Yeah. I don't know. There's nothing I can press that makes it go any faster. No. It just goes this speed. Single speed of slow. And like, yeah, maybe the first time, sure. But if I've got to be driving this boat backwards and forwards and turning it around, that's not happening. That's too... It's too slow. Too slow for my liking. Alright. Of course, we've been up there, we've been down there, so the only way here is to go across. Swimming would be faster, but that's not an option. Yeah, apparently this guy's afraid of swimming, so we can't do that. Yeah, the speed boost. Yeah, you press F and then all of a sudden you can just zoom. But you couldn't before, so... I don't know. Should I take you? Yeah, okay. A. Just everywhere. Save.
You've earned a little discount.
Thank you very much. Oh, I can do 2 of these. Yeah, sure, we'll grab that one. And then... let's get this one. Type fast, good night. Everyone say night to Type fast. Thank you so much for spending your evening here, man. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll catch you next time. Rate of fire new. Let's see, there we go. We'll upgrade you.
Good choice. May fortune smile upon you.
Okay. So here, they're both 2 dead ends. Gotcha. Didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. Oh, right. Okay.
I cannot carry more syringes.
Gotcha. Let me take it. So, in that case, if we're going up, so this one gives us access to this. this one would give us access to none of these. So I reckon that one goes down. Aha, there we go. And then that gives us access to all of that, which would take us... Yeah, okay. So we'll go up first. That seems quite a lot. What time is it for me? It's currently midnight, 12:01. So I'll probably be going for a little bit longer, I think. And then I think we'll wrap up because I also have work tomorrow. So, but not at 6 a.m. unlike some crazy people. Scots, Shads. I'm not used to watching other streamers, so I don't know the time difference for me. Yeah, so at the moment it's yeah, midnight for me. However, Shads that was just in, he is in Australia, but he's in Melbourne, so he's an hour ahead. So for him it's 1 o'clock. But for Sass, who you were watching today as well, she's in the same state as me. So we're on the same time zone as well. But there's dozens of us, T. There's dozens. No, you're all good. Not a problem.
Get your filthy hands off me, you wretched sinners!
Your luck's run out, Castigo.
Time to respond for your crimes!
Who do you think you are?
Have I got to open this up after this?
Can judge me, and no one else.
We'll soon find out if the sea is able to put out the
That
flames
looks so
once
cool.
you start burning.
Or will it go all the way up to the top and I've
To
got
the
to...
morning star with him! Let him taste his own medicine!
No! Kill me if that's what you wish, but spare my soul.
No, Castigo. Your soul isn't worth saving.
I am Padre Castigo, the Admiral of the Tower of the Sun. How dare you do this to me? Open this damn door and I might show mercy. Let me out! You have no idea what you're doing!
Yeah, okay. So now we've got to fight our way to the top.
How do I stop this thing?
Cool. Let's go fighting. It's all blue? All blue. Let's go. Might show mercy is a good place to negotiate from. Yeah. I guess the good thing in this game, you haven't really ever killed someone like a human, someone that's alive. You've either absorbed them and they're dead, or just mainly killing mannequins.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a buzzkill. It's an easy one.
I have no idea. Make them spend a whole day with you?
Meep. Wrong answer, smarty pants. They roast them alive. Can you believe that? I swear, I'll never understand how anyone sees justice in that.
I have killed in the name of the sun, too. Remember?
But you did it to save others. Sacrificing a few to protect millions, right? That makes you one of the good ones.
Champion of the sun.
Why do I feel this emptiness inside? Who am I trying to fool?
Cap, you had no choice. The fate of the world depends on you.
Forget it. Wait a second. Did she say they burned them alive here? Damn it.
It's really loud yelling. It's really loud. There's a safe one over there, so I guess I've got to turn this off. But he's gonna already be dead. I have a feeling.
Make it out of here. I swear by the sun I'll slit that monster's throat.
I told you, you'll get your chance. But for now, keep your head down and stick to the plan.
Do you have any idea how many died in this place? Thousands. Men, even kids. Castigo is a butcher, and he has to pay.
Focus. We've been working on this for months. Don't screw it up now. I'm not spending the rest of my life in a cage.
Poor fishy just trying to sleep beside me. Have you still got a tiramisu on your fingers? Are you eating tiramisu? Jeez, my goodness, it's so loud. Yeah, I don't know what that was. The audio's down, but it was just that one sound that was just really loud. Don't know what it was. Right. Turn it down a squidge more, just because it seems to be, from my end, just being really loud. Let me know if that's too quiet, but I've turned it down a bit more just in case there's any more of that, because that was loud. Okay.
That is full.
Let's do that. Syringe. And grab you.
Their screams are gone now. I hope the blood is not evaporated.
Right, okay, yeah. And I reckon it will have. So, by isolating the sun, what do we do here? Yep. Okay, I don't actually know what I'm doing here. We'll reset it. So I guess none of them can touch the sun? Yep, okay.
On to the next floor.
Cool. Yeah, Nate. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. I'm hearing a lot of squelches. Oh, it's you. Okay. That's fine. If it's just babies, that's all good. I thought it was going to be the... I need to suck you. Here. I don't know how I'm going to get to you, though, down there. I don't really need that gasoline. That's fine. Got like 8 or 9. Okay, so down here, it's a bit of a maze. So, this way. What's this way? Nothing in this. Has that made this all clear? Yep. Going this way.
It will not open from this side.
Never mind. Might go that way. Go down here. Oh my god. What? How are you meant to see that when you're coming through here? It's the faintest bit. Okay, well now we know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. How are you meant to? How? Am I meant to shoot it? I haven't. That was so close. Yeah, shooting it doesn't do anything. That is so. That's shit. I hate that. Rug up again. And let's give this another whirl. Yep. Yep. Is it still moved? Okay. This sucks. I don't know how I'm meant to. Stop it. Or I'm just meant to wing it, I guess. Okay, go through. Ow. I don't know how I meant to do that at all. Ashley, thank you so much. Everyone say night to Ashley. Yeah, appreciate you coming over with the raid as well. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and good night. On. Oh, wait a second. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Just destroy what's here. Duh. Dumb. Absolutely dumb. Puzzle. Alright. Right. Okay. One of these guys. So if I reset. Go you. Go you. Do you. 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 I was really lucky with that one, actually. We do you. 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 suck. Oh, actually, I do that one and that one. Oh. Let's restart. Let's back out of it. There might be a note to help with, perhaps. Of course. Why would there be? Alright. Okay, so this one down here is easy, because we can just do bop. And then... this one. And that one. Oh. I was trying to turn them all off. Not them all on. Easy. Easy peasy. But I was really hoping it would turn that off. So unfortunately, that's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything with that. At all. That's moving too quick. Unless I can shoot them. Can I shoot them? I know I tried when I was being flamed at. But... I can kill it. Okay. Alright. Sure. That would have been much easier to know beforehand. I didn't think I could kill them. You can't get me through a flippin' wall, buddy. Shit. Nice. Alright. Cool. I don't think there's way down there. There's this area over here. If there is a syringe, which there is, that's very much appreciated. And then we'll go over this way. Go down. Oh, yeah. Absorb you, and I will absorb you. It's a good feeling when that happens because you know it's time. Good night, Mandy. Thank you so much for just hanging out and yeah, keeping company. Everyone say night to Mandy. But yes, no, get out of here. Appreciate you and Fish. Yeah, have a great night. Single shot to the face. Yeah, that would have been nice to know beforehand. Before I lost so much health. Yeah, okay. We're good. I'll take you. I'll take you, and then we are on the way. Oh, I see you. See you. Huh. Didn't mean to shoot the dynamite in the hand. I think it's dynamite anyway. There's nothing back there. can't even get back there. Ooh. Apparently there is something here though. Oh, I can get back. Why did it stop me before? I do need to... destroy you. And I can go down. Oh, that's another puzzle. You. No. Easy. Easy peasy. And then shotty to the face. Oh, there's a secret over there. Oh, and I come up at the top. Nice. I'll do you. I'm also going off. Time to do some groceries and get dinner up. Good luck in game and for later having a night. Butterfly, it was nice to meet you as well. Say night to Butterfly. Thank you so much for coming in off the raid as well and sticking around. I really appreciate it. Have a lovely day, night, and yeah, I'll see you around. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, you're up there. Oh. Can't do it. Shoot. Shoot. Yeah, they're really putting the enemies in really weird positions now as well. We'll get a brooch from this guy. Neato burrito. And then down we go. And it should come out at the puzzle.
Hurry up, you filth. Stop
Yeah.
those flames.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing?
I
Stand
guess
up.
take care, XP.
Mercy, sir.
Yeah.
I can't go on. I need
Okay.
to rest.
Okay, so we have. I pressed R by accident. Light consumes all shadow. The path. Okay, that's not that one. Rotate. That's not one. No, I keep on pressing R. I don't mean to. Oh, is this meant to be next to something? Okay. Level by level, at each step their corruption shall be revealed. They were stained by the sun and how they in turn tainted the flock. So is the creed to fray the waters, redemption shall be not ground. Eternal fire. Tower flame. Yeah, that's not really. Oh, okay. So that... No. I... alright. Okie dokie. So... Okay. And then we rotate. Yep. And then so the... This one has to be in the middle. Right. Oh. Can't move that. Huh.
Let us keep going.
I think, is that... Oh yeah. So we got that, and then we get it there. Yeah. No, I wasn't expecting that either. That was a surprise. I was trying to get them on the same column, but I don't think I do that. I don't think the game wanted that. But yeah, I was surprised. I feel like there's sections like this where that wasn't really needed. I mean, it's cool and it shows off its pretty game, but like, as I'm doing that, it would have been really cool to see a couple mannequins walking this way, or you're under fire from the mannequins and you've got to quickly do it. Where are you? There you go. And it's the same stuff with the boat, right? You're going really slow in the boat. Okay. Really slow in the boat. Okay. Oh, am I meant to... What am I meant to do here? No. I know what I'm meant to do here. Just keep shooting, I guess. Ow. Oh, that's a pretty cool weapon. That's a really cool, not weapon, enemy. That's a really cool enemy. I did like that, and the fact that you just had to go from the sounds. It does suck that they introduced it just now, though. It could have taken the time to have some water dolls to fight off all of those flying babies. Something T-Rex. It would have been... Yeah. Like, it's a very action-orientated game, so I was really kind of hoping that there's a lot of these slower moments that don't really make sense. And it would have been nice to kind of have something, like in these slow moments you see mannequins walking past, or babies, or the dolls kind of doing something. Maybe they're shooting at the boat and you've kind of got to dodge them or something, but it's not. Is this going to be a different type of enemy? Why can't I shoot?
Almighty Son!
Is that why? That's why.
I beg you!
Ooh.
God cannot hear you, Beretti.
Poke, poke.
It's useless to pray.
These enemies were interesting. I have a thought on what might have been a mechanic to them, but I don't know, right? I want to share since it could be fun to work it out as a player. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that you had to destroy all of the glass, or try and find the shards to fix the glass up. But that wasn't the case. And it was just more just shooty. Now, I kind of hope that's not the last. Yeah, kind of do, because they were slightly terrifying. But I kind of hope we don't come across them again. But there's been a couple enemies so far where it's like we only see them once, and that's it. So in the first chapter, we come across ones that jump out of paintings, and they're very wet. And I'm not sure if you were in Sass's stream today when that happened. She came across them as well. And they were kind of cool. Yeah. But you don't see them in chapter 2, and we're in chapter 3, and we haven't seen them again. So it's kind of weird to introduce an enemy and never show them again. Unless they're like a boss, right? Or a very special thing, but so far it's really just been dolls. Water's not wet. Thanks, Bella. I appreciate that. Also, Bella, what are you doing awake? What are you doing awake, Bella? And don't come at me saying, what am I doing awake? Because I should be asleep. I should be. But I'm trying to get to a next save. But it's... Oh, speak of the devil. I'll do that puzzle actually, and then I'll go to sleep. We'll wrap up.
I cannot carry more syringes.
Okay, can't take any more syringes. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. There's all these enemies that they're just not showing again. So, alright, what do we got here? Oh, okay, I can just move those up to the top. And then you there. You there. You here. You there. I called out of work 2 hours early and took a 4-hour nap at 5 PM because I had a headache. Ooh. So did you just wake up, or have you been awake for a little bit and you're just trying to get to bed now? Oh, that's rough. I hope you're feeling better, Bella. Okay, that. There. That. Actually. I did this. That. Hmm. It's a shame I can't get this anchor onto a different area. Because I've been up since 9 PM. I'm just sitting here puzzling and existing and sometimes editing mostly. Yeah, fair, okay. Yeah. Keeping yourself busy. That sucks though. That sucks. So you're not working tomorrow if you called sick tomorrow, or you weren't working anyway? Someone shared that you can watch ducks on something called Dash Ducks. Oh yes, thank you T-Rex. Yeah. FP mentioned something about Dash Ducks. Apparently there was 24/7 watching of ducks, and I said we need to let Bella know. So thank you T-Rex. Amazing. T-Rex, if you're not already following Bella, do that. Bella is amazing. chaotic, full of energy when she doesn't have a headache. Yeah, definitely check her out. And anyone else that's watching as well, check Bella out. Yes, work part-time, so Saturday on Tuesday. Okay, perfect. Yeah, check Dash Ducks out then. Yeah. I think FP said there was four cameras on all the time, and it's just ducks in a pond. So I didn't check it out, but it's there for you. I think I need to get this guy away. The sun's together, right? Surely. I don't know. Okay. I'll take it. Jeez. What is that? What is that solution? At the end there, I was just kind of moving things around. At least 4 cameras on at a time, and they have like 20 odd cameras available overall. Yeah, don't quote me on that. That damn sounds bad. Also, why are we getting a Milano Marty streams, no Zuna streams? Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. I'm really enjoying. I think I just wanted to kind of play something. I think I'm in a bit of a creative rut at the moment with development stuff. And I just kind of wanted to think about other stuff and do other things. And I guess, yeah, because I'm just, you know, working from home a lot. I think I'm missing that social side of stuff too. So I thought, you know what? Fuck it, I will start streams again. Yeah, and yeah, so I've kind of just been kind of going at it, and yeah, Zuna's been supportive. And the reason why Zuna hasn't been streaming is because she's just got a lot going on as well. So she's just wanting to balance everything, and work's been a butt for both of us. And she, yeah, wants to find a balance for herself for personal work, and then she wants to, yeah, she'd love to get back to streaming, and I'm trying to also push that on her because I know that she wants to get back into it as well. So, Scotch, what are you doing up as well, man? Oh, is this that thing? It's not the one I want, though. It's not the one I want. Admiral's Legacy 1 of 2. Yeah, Marty, thought of you instantly when FP mentioned it. Yeah. Immediately was just like, hey, all the best with it at work. Yeah, she's... Yeah, T-Rex, it's amazing that you were hanging out with, us and Sasses, and you seem super swell, and then, yeah, you just be hanging out here as well. It's been enjoyable, and I'm glad you're here as well. I had a bad dream. Can I sleep in bed with you? Scotch, you can always sleep in my bed. I'm not sure if Zuna would appreciate that, but hey, it doesn't matter. That's a man that should not be online. You got a big girl promotion, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so in November, October, she got a promotion, and yeah, so she's kind of doing that at the moment. And there's a lot going on with work, so yeah, so she's coming home and she's tired, and yeah, wants to do a bunch of things, and then doesn't have time to do it all, as we're all aware, right? Like, wanting to do 1,000 things, but by the time you figure out what you want to do, it's too late. So that's also going on. And then, yeah, trying to look after health as well. So yeah, it's just a whole balance thing that she's trying to sort out. Yeah, I'm really pushing just like one stream a month. Well, maybe. So maybe we'll see. Hopefully. I'll sleep along the bottom like a cat. All curled up as well. Can we expect purring? Does Scotch purr? Scotch purr. It's not Scotch pig. It's Scotch purr.
How could you?
The bag is full.
To your own sister.
She brought it on herself.
Alright, look, I know I said I'd do that, but let's get out of this area and get back into the main one, and then I'll stop. Then I'll stop. No. Might cough off a furball, just to concern you. Scotch, you're assuming that I'm not concerned already. Also, I'm just thinking, 6 foot curled up at the bottom of the bed. There's not enough room. There's not enough room. We're gonna need a king if that happens. We're gonna need a king bed. There's not enough room, Scotch. Not enough room at all. If I, as a T-Rex, can snort like a piggy, Scotch Pig can defo purr like a kitty. I'm concerned because Papa Piggy was awake too early or late. I have a king just for me. I bet. Scotch. Yeah, I really hope, Scotch, you're not working. You're not working today. I start working 6 hours, I'll be okay. Scotch, you know. Fuck, is this not gonna be... I smell a boss fight. I hope the rest of your day, man. Are you are you streaming with Sass, or will you be not streaming and then she's streaming? I forget. Yeah. Streaming in 11 hours and 16 minutes. Very precise. Okay, thank you. So you work, then stream. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a big day, I really hope. Yeah, alright. Okay. Sure. Let's do this again.
Craves blood.
My weapon craves blood. They're all big days. They're just days now. Yeah. I'm not even sure if that's a boss fight anymore. It was the first time, but... I wasn't impressed the first time, and I'm not impressed the second time. It just seems really out of the blue to have some stone ogre when there hasn't really been any stone creatures at all. I think I would have really liked that one to be like a mannequin variation or a doll. Or something. Fuck, oh, you know what would have been cool? If that was the glass one that we just saw before. I'd have been down for that. Anyway.
So it was you, Manuel.
I'd love for it to be like your creature and obscure.
It hasn't been easy for me, sister. Believe me.
I haven't.
Call me that.
I've played
You're no
3-4
brother of
hours
mine.
of Clear Obscure.
Just a damn dog.
So I
Obeying
know
your master.
a handful, but there's obviously a lot, right? And there's a lot of things in Expedition 33. Got here. That'll do it. That's the thing I need. Yep. That makes life slightly easier in a bunch of places. Alright. Get me out of here. Let's go. Where am I? That is the other question. It's not complete. There we go. You, gimme. Gimme. Sweet. So I jump down there. Ah, okay. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Down. I jump down here. Cool. And let's... yeah. There's 2 doors that I want to do right now. And then I'll wrap up. You? You're a door that I want to open? Thank you very much. Huh? Oh. And then I can bring the boat in. Who are you trying to convince, us or you? Yeah, you're right, Bella. I don't know at this point. It should be me. I should be convincing myself, but I'm really not. I just know that if I don't go to sleep soon, Zuna's gonna be mad at me. I'm not gonna be able to finish this chapter anyway tonight. This is massive. I think. I mean, I've already got 1 of 2. What would be 2 of 2? Is there anything in here? Okay. Oh, okay, yep. And then I can jump down there, right. Yep, okay. Oh, and this is for the other gate. Okay, so now I've opened up both gateys for the boat that travels one of anything per minute, per hour. It's so slow. So if I go up, we have to clear out this section, right? It's a dead end. There's nothing else up here. Surely we just have to have a look around. Surely there can't be anything up here.
Every time I visit the tomb of our Madre Dolores, I swear...
You swear. Naughty. Don't swear. Don't do that. Oh, record. Don't mind if I do. Fish. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. I've probably missed out on quite a bit of money. That was pointless. Nothing up here, really. Instead of a stinking vinyl. Okay. Alright. Dead set. This is it. I'm gonna go back here. And I'm gonna go back to this. Oh, what do you mean I didn't get all the things in here? No. I gotta wrap up. It's just the whole one more turn from Civ. One more turn. One more turn. Alright. We're gonna... Don't do that. Actually, no. Just because it's bothering me right now. What did I miss? What did I miss? Of course. Of course. Yeah. Of course it was... Yeah, it was the box. Yeah. That makes sense. Yep. Yep.
My hero.
Of course.
Let me reward.
That makes complete sense. Okay, let's get you. Got an achievement. Let's do you. Did I get an achievement for that? No. Oh, we got an achievement for that. So this is I got an achievement for fully upgrading a weapon, so level 4 is free. Why can't I count? I thought it was 4, like that. Level 3 is the max. Still don't know what this weapon is, so I'm assuming this will be one that I get in the last
Good
battle?
choice.
Yes, I don't know. Yeah. Why not?
You're my
Okay.
best customer.
Alright. Alright. There we go. That is it. That's it. I'm done. Because otherwise I will be playing this for another hour. Oh, there's stuff in the extras. What do I get? Oh, achievements. Vinyl records. Memento pages. Okay. Nothing exciting. Oh boy. Oh, that is blinding. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Where are we off to? Yeah, I'll just change that. Let's have a look-see. Who's doing what? Who's on? Who is on? Horatius Marcellus? Thank you for the follow. This late at night? Come on. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's... Oh. I believe it is her first time playing it. But... yeah, I think it is. This is very exciting. I'm not sure if I can watch it on, sadly, but we're going to be dropping off to Beer Not Babies. If you haven't met her, she is an American living in Scotland, I believe. She's amazing. She does a bunch of horror games. Yeah, Beer's amazing. Yeah, you love her. Yes, she's a gem, 100%. Yeah, love her. She's great. She's super good vibes. So if anyone is still around and lurking and wants to watch someone play Outlast for the first time, I think that's going to be happening. So we'll be dropping off there. I need to... oh man, I need to sort my stuff out, Bella. I'm getting there. Promise. So, just because it gets to this time of the night and I cannot think at all, if you are subscribed, feel free to use this one. And then I've got to look up the emoji for it because I need to sort my stuff out. I'll get there, I promise. I'll get there. And then if you're not subscribed, you can use this one. And we do a bit of a sleepy... Thanks, Bella. I am doing my best. I don't know what's happening half the time. But no, thank you so much everyone for just chilling around and keeping me company while I play Crisol. A bit disappointed that Sass didn't finish chapter 2, even though she called me a loser, but loser for being slightly behind us. That's another story. But no, thank you so much everyone for keeping me company today and being awesome. And again, not that they're around, but Shads, Twos, Daniel, and who else was there? We had Meals, all of these amazing content creators just giving raids and coming by and dropping off their amazing community here. Super appreciated. And yeah. But we're going to be heading over. I'll start the raid and we're going to go say hey to Beer. She's amazing. So again, when we get there, if you're liking the vibe, shoot her a follow. She's amazing. So anyway, off we go. We've got a 10-second countdown. Very exciting. Very exciting. All right. Thanks everyone. And yeah, thanks for keeping me company. And yeah, we'll hopefully see you next time. All right. Good night.